Chapter 936. When they saw Duan Lingtian punching his empty hand toward the grade 2 spirit saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing in the hand of the Sun-Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, other than the people from Five Element sect, most of the people could not help but feel their scalps go numb. However, all of this did not last for long. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's fist that was shot out like a cannonball was instantly surrounded by a raging origin energy. The moment the origin energy appeared, it underwent an earth-shattering change. The milky white origin energy transformed into a vast and majestic khaki energy. Surrounding the khaki energy were thunderbolts that were as thick as purple electric snakes. Not only that, but it was also emitting waves of fierce aura. Not only that, but there were also gusts of solid astral wind that twined around his fist like a shadow. Of course, all of these changes could only be seen clearly by the high-ranking officials of the major forces who were present with their amazing eyesight. In the eyes of the young disciples from the major forces, after Duan Lingtian punched out, they could no longer see the situation of Duan Lingtian's fist. All they could see was the airflow in the air moving rapidly before it was compressed and exploded. It set off a series of ear-piercing explosions that reverberated in their ears like thunder. Boom! 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 The explosions became louder and louder, causing some of the young disciples with weaker strength from the major forces to feel their eardrums vibrate. Their faces turned pale. Some of the young disciples with weaker cultivation base felt their eardrums explode. Blood spurted out from their ears. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise reverberated in the air, causing everyone's eyes to narrow involuntarily. When the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's fist collided with the grade 2 spirit saber in the hand of the Sun-Moon sect's disciple, Lu Kai, it easily sent the grade 2 spirit saber flying before it continued to envelop Lu Kai's body. In an instant, Lu Kai's body exploded into pieces of flesh and blood that filled the air. Not a single piece of him was left intact. He could not be any more dead. Whoosh! After completely crushing Lu Kai with just one punch, Duan Lingtian withdrew the origin energy and the 4 types of concepts in his hand. The heaven and earth energy that was surging in the air above his head dissipated as well. Because he had only attacked in the blink of an eye, the phenomenon of heaven and earth had dissipated before it could take form. Duan Lingtian stood in the air. Not far in front of him, a rain of blood filled the sky like blooming fireworks, celebrating his final victory in this gambling battle. Fireworks filled the sky, looking extremely gorgeous, eye-catching, and dazzling. Duan Lingtian's purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood there. In the eyes of the onlookers, he appeared incomparably tall. Hiss! 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 The sound of people sucking in cold breaths suddenly rang out, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. This Duan Lingtian is so strong. Isn't his strength too terrifying? With just one punch, he killed the Sun-Moon sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. How old is he? He's simply a monster. For a moment, whether it was the Empyrean Temple's disciples, the Sun-Moon sect's disciples, or the Blade sect's disciples, all of them could not help but whisper among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of fear in their voices. It was fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up, and a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her beautiful face. Her graceful body stood there with a smile that was like a flower. It was as though she had transformed into a beautiful painting. Although Feng Tianwu had always been very confident in Duan Lingtian, when she saw Duan Lingtian displaying such a powerful strength and killing his opponent with just one punch, she could not help but feel happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength has actually become so powerful. Su Li's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with astonishment. I originally thought that when we met again, the gap between us would be narrowed. Who would have thought that he has already left me far behind? Duan Lingtian had killed a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept with just one punch. This caused him to feel inexplicably shocked from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Shouyang's eyes narrowed as well. Although he did not say anything, his current expression was enough to show the shock in his heart. It could be said that he had watched Duan Lingtian step by step until today. The young man who needed his help to survive at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast had unknowingly grown to the point where he had to look up to him. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Brother Ling Tian, now that I recall the first time we met, the world has really changed. Zhang Shouyang thought to himself. On the Blade sect side, it was not only Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang who were shocked. Even Sword 13 and the other 3 Blade sect's high-ranking officials could not help but be shocked. In just a few months, Duan Lingtian's strength has actually risen to such a level. What a monster! Sword 13 sighed. As expected of a variant. Saber 5, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Variant? Saber 5's words caused the 2 old men standing at the side to narrow their eyes. The sturdy old man looked at Saber 5 and asked in a deep voice, Saber 5, you said Duan Lingtian is a variant? Yes. Saber 5 nodded. He's a variant who can cast his innate ability. A variant who can cast his innate ability. The sturdy old man, who was also the sect leader of Saber sect, sucked in a breath of cold air. The skinny old man standing next to him, the sect leader of Sword sect, trembled imperceptibly before his body stiffened. At that moment, he felt his face burning. He seemed to recall the words he said to Duan Lingtian earlier by the side of his ears. There are many young powerhouses in Blade sect. We don't need someone like you. At that moment, he only wanted to slap himself. The reason he said that earlier was because he did not know Duan Lingtian's strength was so terrifying. He also did not know that Duan Lingtian was a variant that was 1 in a million. Why didn't the 2 of you say so earlier? The sect leader of Sword sect glared at Sword 13 and Saber 5. There was a hint of anger in his tone. If he had known that Duan Lingtian was so strong and knew that Duan Lingtian was a variant, he would definitely not have treated Duan Lingtian the way he did earlier. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. That was how the sect leader of Sword sect felt at that moment. Senior brother Saber and I thought that Duan Lingtian was taken away by a martial monarch powerhouse. That's why we didn't mention anything about him. Sword 13 smiled wryly. Saber 5 nodded his head. Forget it. Since things have come to this, there's no turning back now. Our Blade sect is not fated with him. It has nothing to do with anything else. The sect leader of Saber sect shook his head and said as he guessed what the sect leader of Sword sect was thinking. How's that possible? Lian Xiong looked at the purple figure standing proudly in the air in the distance. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He kept shaking his head, unwilling to believe that this was real. I heard from Su Li that he's only 28 years old. He killed a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch at 28 years old. Lian Xiong's heartbeat gradually quickened. It took a long time for him to calm down. With his strength. Earlier, when I attacked him, if he had attacked me before junior sister Feng, wouldn't I have died without a doubt? The moment Lian Xiong thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He no longer dared to make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. He was scared now. Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength had completely destroyed the hatred he had for Duan Lingtian in his heart. Senior brother Lingtian is really amazing. That's right. He killed that 9th-level void interpretation Sun Moon sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch. Looking at all the younger generation in our 5-element sect, only senior brother Ling Tian alone can do that. That Blade sect's senior official said that their Blade sect has a lot of young powerhouses, and they don't lack senior brother Ling Tian alone. What a joke. Other than that red-clad girl who admires senior brother Ling Tian, how can the rest of the Blade sect's disciples be compared to senior brother Ling Tian? The Five Element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Many of them looked at the sect leader of Sword sect from Blade sect mockingly as though they were mocking him for being blind. The group of Five Element sect's senior officials, apart from Guo Chong and Qi Yu, had a smile on their faces. Even Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, who had a grudge with Duan Lingtian in the past, seemed to have forgotten about the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. A sincere smile appeared on his face. Humph. That Qin Feng actually doesn't believe me. Hu Fei stood at the side and glanced at Qin Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, who had a grave expression on his face from afar. A sneer crept up the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Qin Feng only had himself to blame for losing to Duan Lingtian this time. How's this possible? Chen Feng's face was as grave as it could get. It had never crossed his mind that a Five-Element sect's disciple who looked only 25 years old would be so terrifying. With just a punch, he had killed Lu Kai, who was ranked third among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect. On top of that, it was under the premise that Lu Kai had used a Grade 2 Spirit Saber. The few vice sect leaders of Sun Moon sect and the group of Sun Moon sect's disciples also had a grave expression on their faces. Two of the Sun Moon sect's disciples who stood alone at the side looked at each other. Are you confident? One of them suddenly opened his mouth and asked in a deep voice. Nope. How about you? The other person shook his head and asked in return. Nope. The former also shook his head. At once, both of them became silent. They were the two most powerful people among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect. However, they did not see the punch that Duan Lingtian, the Five-Element sect's disciple, threw out. Not only that, when faced with Lu Kai who had used a Grade 2 Spirit Saber and unleashed his full strength, none of them dared to say that they could kill him with their bare hands. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. How powerful! Over at the Empyrean Temple's side, Xian Bei's eyes narrowed in shock. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian's strength would be elevated to such a level in just a few months' time. Now, this is interesting. However, the moment Xian Bei recalled the battle between him and Duan Lingtian, excitement surged in his heart. He began to look forward to it. Chapter 937. Amitabha. Congratulations, little benefactor Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Hui Kong, slowly raised his hand and directly shot out 4 fragments that flew towards Duan Lingtian. 9th level concept fragments. Although they were already mentally prepared, when they saw the 4 9th level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, many of them could not help but feel shocked and their eyes turned red. That was a 9th level concept fragment. Even the forces they belonged to would only have a few fragments at most. However, Duan Lingtian, a mere 5-element sect's disciple, had already monopolized 4 9th level concept fragments. Even many of the high-ranking officials from the major forces could not help but feel envious and jealous. Thank you, Master Hui Kong. Duan Lingtian took the 4 9th level concept fragments and put them away into his spatial ring. At the same time, he thanked Hui Kong from the Empyrean Temple. You're too kind, little benefactor Duan. It's just a small matter. Hui Kong said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian nodded and stared at Qin Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, whose face was ghastly pale. He grinned and said, Sect leader Qin Feng, thank you for the 2 9th level concept fragments. Qin Feng's face, which was already ghastly pale, turned even gloomier. He sneered and said, Duan Lingtian, so what if you manage to obtain the 2 9th level concept fragments? You're only capable if you have the ability to protect them. Otherwise, you'll just be paving the way for someone else in the end. The moment Qin Feng's words left his mouth, many of the Empyrean Temple's, Blade sects, and Sun Moon sect's disciples' eyes lit up. That was right. Duan Lingtian had 4 ninth-level concept fragments in his hands. After they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, would they not be able to snatch them away? Of course, the moment this thought appeared in most of their minds, it was mercilessly shattered by him. What a joke! If they wanted to snatch the 9th-level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, they would need to have the ability to do so. Otherwise, they would only be courting death. Earlier, the scene of Duan Lingtian killing a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended 9th-level void interpretation concept with a single punch still reverberated in their minds, and it took a long time for it to fade away. Of course, there were also some young disciples with comparatively stronger strengths from the 3 great powers that privately sent voice transmissions to discuss the possibility of cooperation. After all, Duan Lingtian had 4 9th-level concept fragments. Even if the 4 people joined forces and killed him, they would still be able to each of them would be able to each obtain 1 9th-level concept fragment. However, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian did not take Duan Lingtian. However, he did Duan Lingtian. However, he did not pay attention to him. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master Chen Feng. Duan Lingtian replied Chen Feng calmly before looking at the group of young disciples from the 3 major forces who were eyeing him covetously. If there's really someone who wants the 4 9th-level concept fragments in my possession, I'm very interested in getting close to them. A bright and confident smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the confident smile on Duan Lingtian's face, many young disciples immediately dismissed the idea of fighting with Duan Lingtian and snatching the 4 9th-level concept fragments. Of course, there were many exceptions as well. After all, the temptation of the 4 9th-level concept fragments was too great. Even if they knew Duan Lingtian's ability was extraordinary, they still wanted to give it a try. As the saying went, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong once again gathered together. At the same time, he beckoned the 3 of them to come before the group of people from 5 Elements sect. Then, Duan Lingtian introduced Feng Tianwu and the other 2 to Guocheng, Qiyu, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei. At the same time, he also introduced Guocheng and the other 3 to Feng Tianwu and the other 2. Sect leader Gua, Peak Master Qi. Feng Tianwu and the other 2 greeted Guocheng and Qiyu politely. At the same time, they nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu and Chen Wei. I've never heard Duan Lingtian mention before that he even knows a peerless genius like you, Miss Duan Lingtian. In my opinion, I'm afraid your ability is not inferior to Duan Lingtian, right? Qiyu asked with a smile as he looked deeply at Feng Tianwu. You flatter me, Peak Master Qi. How can I possibly be compared to elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu quickly replied humbly. Tianwu, you don't have to be so humble. When Lian Xiong made his move on me earlier, even I couldn't react in time since I was completely unprepared. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At that time, even he couldn't help but be shocked by the strength Feng Tianwu revealed. Unfortunately, Feng Tianwu had already withdrawn her origin energy and fire concept by the time he'd completely reacted to it, so he didn't have the time to use his spiritual energy to investigate. However, he was certain that Feng Tianwu's current ability was not inferior to his. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian immediately extended his spiritual energy and swept towards Feng Tianwu in an attempt to probe Feng Tianwu's strength. In the next moment, he probed Feng Tianwu's cultivation base. It would have been better if he did not probe her cultivation base. However, the moment he did, he was so shocked that Duan Lingtian could not regain his senses for a long time. He stood there blankly as though he was possessed. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. How's this possible? Tianwu. She's actually only a 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist. According to Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probe, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had not even entered the 4th-level void interpretation. She was only at the 3rd-level void interpretation. How could a mere third-level void interpretation martial artist help him stop Lian Xiong? He was slightly hesitant at this moment. However, when he recalled the scene when Feng Tianwu severed the arm of the Blade's sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, he could not help but feel refreshed. Lian Xiong is an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who has comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. Tian Wu was able to sever his arm before he could react. This means that her ability is much stronger than him. But Tian Wu is indeed only a 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist. Could it be the fire concept that Tian Wu has comprehended? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was certain. Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body. The speed at which she comprehended the fire concept could be said to be extremely fast. In the process of comprehending the fire concept, it was almost impossible for her to encounter a bottleneck. Moreover, once she used the fire concept fragment to assist her comprehension, the speed at which she comprehended the fire concept would make all martial artists who did not possess the innate spirit body feel embarrassed. However, even if she uses the fire concept fragment to assist her cultivation, Tian Wu shouldn't be able to defeat Lian Xiong with just her 3rd-level void interpretation cultivation base, right? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more curious he became. Lian Xiong was an 8th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 8th-level intermediate sword concept. With the help of his spirit sword, his strength was equivalent to the strength of over 270 ancient horned dragons. With Tian Wu's 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist cultivation base, even if she used the grade 3 spirit whip that he refined, she would only be able to exert the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons at the most. The strength of a 3rd-level void interpretation martial artist was equivalent to the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons when he fully unleashed his origin energy. The grade 3 spirit whip that he refined himself could amplify the strength by 70%. It was equivalent to the strength of 28 ancient horned dragons. When the two were added together, it was the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons. In other words, even if Tian Wu has comprehended the 1st-level advanced fire concept, she would only have the strength of 268 ancient horned dragons in addition to the strength of 68 ancient horned dragons. She's not as good as Lian Xiong. Unless Tian Wu has comprehended the 2nd-level advanced fire concept. In that case, she would be able to crush Lian Xiong with the strength of 368 ancient horned dragons if she unleashes all of her techniques. Duan Lingtian thought as he cleared his mind. As he cleared his mind, he could not help but gasp. If Tian Wu only relied on the fire concept fragment to assist her, it's impossible for her to elevate her fire concept to such a level in such a short time. In that case, it must be the profound assimilation formation. The Blade sect also had the profound assimilation formation. If it was the profound assimilation formation that allowed Feng Tianwu to undergo such a transformation, then everything would not be strange anymore. The profound assimilation formation is the inscription formation that the reincarnation Emperor Wu created back then. It has a miraculous effect that far surpasses ordinary people when it comes to innate spirit bodies like Tian Wu's fire spirit body. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to find out about this after he searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Moreover, according to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's judgment, the profound assimilation formation could elevate an innate spirit body far beyond ordinary people's imagination. In other words, Tian Wu's fire concept might not be as simple as the 3rd-level advanced fire concept. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he gasped to himself. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you actually know a peerless beauty like Miss Feng. What a surprise. A voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses. It was Huang Daniu who was talking to him. Do you think that all the people I know are big idiots like you? Duan Lingtian said snappily as he rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, the few people who were close to them, including Guo Chong and Qi Yu, could not help but laugh. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. It seemed to have merged into two. Upon hearing the sound, the people from the four major forces present on the scene immediately looked over. With just a glance, they saw two groups of people walking toward them in a grandiose manner. In just a moment, they arrived near them and stopped moving. It's the people from Skywolf Fort. And the people from Emotion Severing Sect. Many of the Blade sects and Empyrean Temple's disciples exclaimed in a low voice at once. As one of the four major forces in the south of the northern desert, the people from Blade Sect and Empyrean Temple knew more about Skywolf Fort and Emotion Severing Sect than the Five Element Sect from the east of the northern desert and the Sun Moon Sect from the west of the northern desert. Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian's eyes were already fixed on four of the five people in the lead when the group of people from Skywolf Fort appeared. There were 3 old men and 1 middle-aged man. Meng Li, Ning Kan, Yu Kong, and Feng Wei. Chapter 938. Naturally, Meng Li and the other 3 noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze at the first possible moment. If it was in the past, they would definitely look back at Duan Lingtian with contempt. However, now that they knew about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and that little grandaunt, they did not dare to do so. Of course, although they would not deepen the conflict between Skywolf Fort and Duan Lingtian, they would not take the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian either. Not to mention that Zishang would be displeased if they did so, and he would no longer do his best for their Skywolf Fort. Even if it was their Skywolf Fort, they could not afford to lose face in front of the people from the various great powers. Due to this reason, they chose to ignore Duan Lingtian completely. However, even if they chose to ignore it, it didn't mean that it could extinguish Duan Lingtian's rage. After Duan Lingtian's cold and fierce gaze swept past Meng Li's group of 4, it descended onto a white-clothed young man behind them. Zishang. When Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang, Zishang was also looking at him. Moreover, when he looked over, Zishang's voice transmission had already entered his ears in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian, I really didn't expect that you're so lucky. You actually managed to survive the joint attack of 4 Vice Fort Masters. Upon hearing Zishang's words, Duan Lingtian's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He had long guessed that the reason the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort had brought along 10 elders from Skywolf Fort to hunt him down was because of Zishang. However, after he confirmed it from Zishang's mouth, his emotions were still greatly affected. A cold light flickered in his eyes that were filled with killing intent. Zishang, Emperor Wu's secret treasure will be your grave. After Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions, his voice transmission pierced into Zishang's ears without any emotion. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. What Duan Lingtian did not expect was that Zishang, who could only admit defeat in front of him in the past, was exceptionally tough this time. It was as if he had the confidence to kill him. Looks like your strength has improved a lot. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident. Duan Lingtian sneered. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Zishang replied coldly. I'll wait and see. The sharp light in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew brighter as he spoke word by word. Ba. Vice Fort Master Luo, Fort Master Qing didn't come. The abbot of the Empyrean Temple, Hui Kong, looked at an old man among the 5 leaders of the Skywolf Fort and asked with his palms pressed together. The latter was none other than the leader of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Abbot Hui Kong. Faced with Hui Kong, the leader of the Empyrean Temple, Luo Fu did not dare to be disrespectful. He quickly replied, Our Fort Master has encountered some matters recently so he didn't have the time to come. Fort Master Qing didn't even come personally for such a big matter as the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It seems like he's been busy with something important recently. Hui Kong's eyes flashed as he smiled. Yes, it's very important. Luo Fu nodded, but the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. At this moment, the other 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort had an awkward expression on their faces. It was hard for them to imagine. If the people from the other 5 major forces found out that the reason their fort master of Skywolf Fort did not come was because he had become a mount for a young girl, what kind of expression would they have? Naturally, they would not reveal this matter. If they did, not only would Skywolf Fort become the laughingstock of the northern desert, even the disciples of Skywolf Fort would not be able to accept this fact. Sect Leader Pei, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have taken over the position of the sect leader of Emotion Severing Sect. Greetings. After Hui Kong greeted Luo Fu, he looked at the leader of the group of people from Emotion Severing Sect. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression who wore plain clothes. The middle-aged man in plain clothes was none other than Pei An, the sect leader of Emotion Severing Sect. Abbot Hui Kong. Even when faced with Hui Kong, the Empyrean Temple's abbot, Pei An's expression was still cold. He nodded nonchalantly and greeted him casually. However, Hui Kong was not unhappy because of this. After smiling lightly, he stood there quietly. At the same time, the high-ranking officials of the 6 major forces greeted each other. Time continued to pass by quietly. Not long after, the sun set in the west. The sky was filled with a crimson sunset glow, causing the entire world to seem as though it was dyed red. It looked magnificent. Time's up. Suddenly, the high-ranking officials of the 6 major forces looked at each other before diving down one after another into the complicated terrain of the mountains. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples of the 6 major forces saw this, they hurriedly followed after them, not daring to be slow at all. They knew that the Emperor Wu's secret treasure was about to be opened. On the way here, the disciples of the 6 major forces, including Duan Lingtian and the other 5 element sect's disciples, had all learned about Emperor Wu's secret treasure from the high-ranking officials of their respective forces. Emperor Wu's secret treasure had a specific opening time. It would only be opened for a day, and they had to enter on that day. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to enter again. Of course, there was a time limit for entering, but there was no time limit for exiting. The inscription formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure only prohibited entry and exit. Moreover, it was said that the secret treasure of Emperor Wu that they were going to enter this time was buried deep underground. There were countless inscription formations with powerful destructive force surrounding it. Once someone forcefully destroyed the entrance, those powerful destructive inscription formations would automatically activate and destroy the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure in one fell swoop. In that case, many of the treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure would be buried underground forever. It was precisely because of this that the major forces who knew about the existence of Emperor Wu's secret treasure did not dare to use force. They could only obediently follow the rules set by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. They allowed the young disciples below the age of 40 to enter and search for the profundity fragments that they needed. Very soon, under the leadership of the 6 major forces' high-ranking officials, Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples of the 6 major forces arrived at a spacious valley. It was the valley below the sky where they were just now. The valley was spacious and filled with forests. There was nothing special about it. The entrance to Emperor Wu's secret treasure is here. All the young disciples of the 6 major forces, including Duan Lingtian, had a puzzled expression on their faces. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and extended his spiritual energy. Very soon, he found a clue in the forest in the valley. There was a dense aura of an inscription formation there. As a person who had merged with the lifetime of reincarnation Emperor Wu's inscription memories, Duan Lingtian had a rich understanding of inscription formations. It was easy for him to identify the few inscription formations. There were a total of 5 inscription formations. The one at the top was an inscription formation that was activated at a fixed time. It would only be activated once. Below this inscription formation was an inscription formation that used the age measuring pearl as its foundation. It was an inscription formation that tested the age of a martial artist. Moreover, there were 3 other inscription formations below this inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian discovered them, he could not help but gasp. That Emperor Wu powerhouse is really bold. He actually set up 3 killing formations at the entrance. Once these 3 killing formations are activated, I'm afraid even a 9th level martial monarch powerhouse would be killed immediately. Duan Lingtian understood how terrifying these 3 killing formations were from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Apart from the extremely precious materials required to set up these 3 killing formations, they also required Emperor Wu's stage spiritual energy to set up. Every intersecting inscription inside could only be inscribed by an inscription master at the Emperor Wu stage. It seems like that Emperor Wu powerhouse is most likely an inscription master as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder brother Duan, what did you discover? Feng Tianwu, who was following beside Duan Lingtian, besides observing everything in the valley, would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian. She just happened to notice Duan Lingtian's solemn expression, and she immediately asked via voice transmission. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and replied via voice transmission, if I'm not mistaken, the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is right below the forest. Apart from an inscription formation that activates at a fixed time and an inscription formation that tests the age of a person who enters, there are also 3 inscription formations that have extremely terrifying lethality. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at the place where he sensed the inscription formation. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian finished speaking via voice transmission. The higher-ups of the 6 great powers arrived in the sky above the forest with tacit understanding, and then they attacked together and swept the forest clean. Every single one of the higher-ups of the 6 great powers was in existence at the void transformation stage or above. They controlled their origin energy and concept to form a saber, and cleared the forest in a short moment. After the forest was cleared, a magnificent door that lay on the ground appeared before everyone's eyes. The door was embedded on the ground just like that. Its shape was huge and simple, and it wasn't tainted by a trace of dust, and it gave off an extremely aged feeling. The aged feeling that greeted them seemed to be telling how long the door had existed for. Then what should we do? Should we still go in? When she heard Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face had a trace of vigilance. Don't worry. Those 3 killing formations are only targeted at people who forcefully enter and those who are over the age of 40. Under other circumstances, those 3 killing formations won't be activated. Duan Lingtian consoled. Feng Tianwu came to a sudden understanding when she heard this. So that's how it is. This is the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This door looks extremely old. I wonder how long it has existed. The young disciples of the 6 great powers followed behind the higher-ups of their respective powers as they looked down at the gigantic door embedded on the ground. At the same time, their faces were filled with curiosity. It's said that the Emperor Wu's secret treasure under this door has existed for 1,000 years. The martial emperor powerhouse who left behind this secret treasure died of old age 1,000 years ago. Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, slowly explained when he heard the discussion of the young disciples of the various powers. 1,000 years? Chapter 939. Setting up an inscription formation so that the secret treasure he left behind would be opened after 1,000 years. What kind of powerful technique was this? Apart from Duan Lingtian and the senior officials of the various major forces who knew about all this from other sources, the others were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The strength of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu was beyond their imagination. Even Zhang Yan, who had been standing quietly behind Peiyan without the slightest sense of existence, could not help but be slightly moved at this moment. This Zhang Yan seems to be a little different from before. Earlier, when the group of people from emotion-severing sect had just arrived, Duan Lingtian casually glanced at Zhang Yan a few times and did not pay much attention to him. Therefore, he did not notice the slight changes on Zhang Yan. However, now that he took a closer look, he noticed the clues immediately. Compared to a few months ago, the current Zhang Yan seemed to have an indescribable peculiar aura on his body. Duan Lingtian faintly realized that something might have happened to Zhang Yan in the past few months. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and swept towards Zhang Yan. He immediately detected Zhang Yan's cultivation base. It was the 7th level void interpretation. A few months ago, Zhang Yan's cultivation base was at the 6th level void interpretation. Now that he had broken through to the 7th level void interpretation, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. After all, Zhang Yan was different from him. Zhang Yan had long left the Dark Han dynasty and came to the northern desert of the foreign lands. He even joined a motion-severing sect and took Payan as his master. During Zhang Yan's cultivation process, he definitely did not lack various spirit fruits that were exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess a cultivation base at the 6th level void interpretation a few months ago. Previously, he had consumed a large amount of spirit fruits exclusive to void interpretation martial artists. This meant that unless Zhang Yan obtained spirit fruits exclusive to void interpretation martial artists that he had never consumed before. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to rely on the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruits to raise his cultivation base. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Duan Lingtian frowned for a moment before relaxing again. Earlier, at the same time that he sensed an indescribable peculiar aura from Zhang Yan, he also felt a trace of danger from Zhang Yan. It was as if Zhang Yan could pose a threat to him. When he probed Zhang Yan's current cultivation base with his psychic power, his first thought was that he was mistaken. It was impossible for Zhang Yan, who was at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, to pose a threat to him. After all, not everyone was Feng Tianwu. Why hasn't the Emperor Wu's secret treasure been opened yet? Half an hour later, Tian Gu, the peak master of the 5-element sect's Earth Peak, frowned slightly as he asked in bewilderment. Almost as soon as Tian Gu finished speaking, a translucent light shield appeared on the outside of the magnificent door that was embedded in the ground, enveloping the entire door. Whoosh! Seeing the sudden appearance of this translucent light barrier, everyone present couldn't help but burst into an uproar. This is the inscription formation. I think so. The young disciples of the 6 major forces discussed animatedly as they looked at the translucent light shield with curiosity in their eyes. One of the monk disciples from the Empyrean Temple even flew forward curiously and reached out his hand to touch the translucent light shield as though he wanted to feel how it felt. This Empyrean Temple disciple's speed was so fast that the others could not react in time. When Duan Lingtian was the first to react, the Empyrean Temple disciple had already touched the translucent light shield and even put his hand into it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that this Empyrean Temple disciple was finished. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the first of the 3 killing formations had suddenly moved. It was obvious that it had been activated. Stop! The senior officials of the 6 major forces reacted one after another. The Empyrean Temple's abbot, Hui Kong, had a change of expression as he cried out in shock. He lost his composure and no longer looked as calm as before. Hui Kong's cry shocked many of the young disciples from the major forces to the point that they could not help but shudder. Abbot, this light shield can. Upon hearing Hui Kong's cry, the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple whose hand went through the light shield did not seem to realize the danger he was in. Instead, he looked at Hui Kong as though he was asking for credit. It was as though he wanted to say to Hui Kong, Abbot, I've tried it. Abbot, I've tried, this light barrier can be passed through. However, before he could finish speaking, the entire valley suddenly shook as though an extremely violent earthquake had occurred, interrupting his words. The Empyrean Temple's monk disciple's expression changed. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he realized that he was in trouble. Without any hesitation, he quickly pulled his hand out of the translucent light shield. Unfortunately, it was too late. The people present did not even see any energy appear, but the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple's body suddenly stiffened before he exploded with a bang and turned into a bloody rain that filled the sky. It was fortunate that the people nearby had evacuated in time. Otherwise, they would have been splattered with blood. Even so, the young disciples from the major forces could not help but gasp. When they looked at the translucent light shield that enveloped the door again, their eyes were filled with dread and fear. All Empyrean Temple disciples, listen up. Unless this light shield disappears on its own, nobody is allowed to get close to it. Hui Kong's expression was slightly grave as he warned the other Empyrean Temple disciples. The upper echelons of the other 5 major forces, including the 5 Elements sect, also warned their disciples one by one. The young disciples from the various forces nodded without any hesitation. Even without the warning, they did not dare to get close to the translucent light shield. In their eyes, the translucent light shield was no different from a scourge. When the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple came into contact with the translucent light shield, his body inexplicably exploded. They were terrified from the bottom of their hearts after learning this lesson from their predecessors. Elder Brother Duan, is that the power of the killing formation? Feng Tianwu's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it seemed to contain traces of terror mixed within. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response. Moreover, that's only the power of the first killing formation among the 3. My spiritual energy can sense that the other 2 killing formations that are even more powerful have yet to be activated. Even more powerful killing formations? How powerful are they? Feng Tianwu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It's hard for me to describe exactly how powerful they are. Let me put it this way. Among the 3 killing formations, once the 3rd one at the bottom is activated, even a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would follow in the footsteps of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple. After pondering for a moment, Duan Lingtian replied to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission. His tone was solemn. Once the 3rd killing formation was activated, it could even kill a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face turned pale at once. In her opinion, a martial monarch stage powerhouse was extremely powerful. Even the Blades sect had gone to great lengths for the sake of Emperor Wu's secret treasure to obtain the profundity fragment so that a martial monarch stage powerhouse could be born in the sect. However, the newly born martial monarch stage powerhouse was only at the 1st level martial monarch stage. Such a powerhouse was like an ant in front of a 9th level Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. It was not worth mentioning at all. However, the killing formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure could kill a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse instantly, let alone a group of martial artists who had not even entered the Emperor Wu stage. After the death of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciple, the entire spacious valley regained its tranquility. However, soon after, another loud noise reverberated in the air. Many people were so frightened that they trembled instinctively. Rumble. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the door that was shrouded in a translucent light slowly opened, revealing the true face underneath. Under the door, a high platform appeared before everyone's eyes. On one side of the high platform, there was an endless stone staircase that led to the depths of the ground. Looking down from above, it was pitch black. As for the other 3 sides, it was deep and boundless like a bottomless abyss. Flight prohibiting formation. When most of the people's attention was on the high platform and the stone staircase, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that had penetrated the 5 inscription formations could clearly sense the aura of the inscription formations that permeated the high platform. It was none other than the flight prohibiting formation. The flight prohibiting formation was an inscription formation that prevented a martial artist above the void stage from flying in the air once they entered it. Unless their own strength could break free from the shackles of the inscription formation. Otherwise, in the flight prohibiting formation, one could only obediently walk on the ground. This flight prohibiting formation must have been left behind by that martial emperor powerhouse as well. In this case, even a 9th level martial monarch powerhouse can only walk on the ground once he enters it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although there were many inscription masters among the senior officials of the 6 major forces who could more or less sense the aura of the flight prohibiting formation, they could not identify what kind of inscription formation it was. After all, they were different from Duan Lingtian, who possessed Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of inscription formation memories. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had lived 2 lives. In his second life, he had studied inscription formations to the extreme. Not only did he create many inscriptions and inscription formations, but he also understood all the common inscriptions and inscription formations on Cloud Continent. Of course, there were also some obscure inscription formations and inscription formations that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of, but he did not know how to inscribe and set them up. Just like the split and unite inscription formation that Duan Lingtian obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure, it could allow a spirit sword to temporarily split into 9 and unite into 1. Reincarnation Emperor Wu did not know how to inscribe and set it up. With my current second-level Void Transformation Stage spiritual energy, I wonder how many swords I can control if I cultivate the 9 Tribulation Sword control technique. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart when he thought of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Only now did he recall that when he obtained the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and 3 profundity fragments from the Sword Monarch's treasure, he also obtained a sword skill left behind by the white-clothed Sword Monarch. 9 Tribulation Sword control technique. Chapter 940. The Emperor Wu's secret treasure is at the bottom of the stone stairs. I think so. I was still guessing what would be behind this magnificent door that was embedded in the ground. But I didn't expect that it would be a lonely high platform. After we pass through the door, we'll land on the high platform and walk down the stone stairs. As for what's at the end of the stone stairs, we have no idea. The unknown is the scariest. It seems like we'll have to be careful after we enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The young disciples from the various forces discussed among themselves. Most of them had a hint of anxiety on their faces. Some of them even had the thought of retreating. However, as soon as they thought of retreating, they recalled the many treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Their spirits were lifted, and they completely dismissed the thought of retreating. Wealth came from danger. If they did not even have the courage to take risks, they were destined to be mediocre for life. As long as I can obtain more than 2 profundity fragments, I'll soar into the sky. Many young disciples in the various major forces were muttering the same words to themselves. It seems like the other forces have the same distribution of profundity fragments as our 5-element sect. Huang Daniu, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, laughed. Of course. Otherwise, who would risk their lives for the profundity fragments? Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. In his opinion, the various forces must know how to make a choice if they wanted to motivate their disciples. The door to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is open. Shouldn't we go in now? It was unknown who said this. However, no one dared to be the first to stand out. Everyone's eyes fell on the translucent light shield above the open door. Ever since the monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple was killed by the explosion, this translucent light shield had become a shadow in their hearts. As long as the light shield did not disappear, they would never cross the line. Whoosh! Suddenly, a soft sound resonated. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the translucent light shield disappeared into thin air as though it was never there. It's finally gone. If it didn't disappear, I'm afraid nobody would dare to enter. When the young disciples of the various forces saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Shouldn't we go in? At the same time, many young disciples of the various forces stared at the senior members of their respective forces with puzzlement in their eyes. Before the upper echelons of the various forces could open their mouths, a layer of gray light appeared out of thin air above the open door. This caused the expressions of the people from the various forces to change, except for Duan Lingtian. Seeing everyone's expression, Duan Lingtian was momentarily speechless. Isn't it just an inscription formation that tests the age of the person who enters? Is there a need for such a big reaction? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When the translucent light shield disappeared, he had already sensed that another inscription formation to test his age had been activated. What the hell is going on? The door is open, and the translucent light barrier is gone. Why is there another layer of gray light barrier? Could this gray light shield be the same as the previous translucent light shield? One touch and you'll die, right? The young disciples of the various forces were worried, and no one dared to try. Even the upper echelons of the various forces had dread written all over their faces. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong who were next to him. Then, he stepped on the air and descended toward the gray light shield at an extremely fast speed. In just a few moments, Duan Lingtian arrived near the gray light shield. You're seeking death. When Zishang and Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian's action, a hint of coldness crept up the corner of their mouths. Both of them felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. Xian Bei, who was standing among the group of people from Empyrean Temple, and Zhang Yan, who was standing among the group of people from Emotion-Severing Sect, raised their eyebrows. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's action. Among the group of 5-element sect's upper echelons, other than Tian Gu, who was deep in thought, turned pale. This little fella is too reckless. Guo Chong and Qi Yu's expression turned grave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already touched the gray light shield. Even if there was something wrong with the gray light shield, they would not be able to save him in time. Just when most of the people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be killed, Duan Lingtian passed through the gray light shield smoothly as though nothing had happened. Through the setting sun that sprinkled on the ground like blood, everyone could see that the black shadow behind the gray light shield had landed steadily on the high platform inside. Duan Lingtian is actually fine. It seems like the gray light shield doesn't have any lethality. Realization dawned on the disciples of the various forces. Before the others could fully realize it, a figure that looked like a fire elf had already followed Duan Lingtian through the gray light shield, the door, and entered. It was none other than Feng Tianwu. When Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Huang Daniu were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions, Feng Tianwu was the only one who followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. This showed that she had unconditional trust in Duan Lingtian. I can't believe that a few of us men can't even be compared to a woman. Huang Daniu smiled wryly and shook his head before he followed suit. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong looked at each other and smiled wryly. After that, they passed through the gray light shield and stepped on the mysterious high platform below the door. I understand now. At this moment, Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak of 5-element sect, exclaimed in a low voice, "This gray light shield is the inscription formation that's used to test the age of the person who enters." The moment Tian Gu's words left his mouth, the group of inscription masters present on the scene was enlightened. At the same time, they could not help but wonder how Duan Lingtian knew that the gray light shield would not harm him. Could it be that he was also an inscription master? If he was really an inscription master, how powerful would his attainment in the inscription Dao be to be able to be the first one among all the inscription masters present on the scene to react to it? Whoosh! Soon after, another person from the 5-element sect passed through the gray light shield and entered. It was none other than Nangong Chen. Since even Nangong Chen had entered, it was only natural that Nangong Yi would enter as well. Subsequently, the 5-element sect's disciples followed suit and entered one after another. It looked like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Humph! He's lucky. Zishang stood behind the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. His face was extremely gloomy. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by the inscription formation at the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Who would have thought that not only was Duan Lingtian not killed, but he even became the first person to enter and stole the limelight. What's the hurry? Why don't you go in now and kill him directly? A gloomy, Hoarse, an old voice reverberated in Zishang's mind, bewitching him. The moment Zishang heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Kill! Without waiting for the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to say anything, Zishang flew out and entered the gray light shield, entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Below the gray light shield, on the high platform under the wide-open door, a group of 5 element sex disciples led by Duan Lingtian stood on the high platform and looked around curiously. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were also standing next to Duan Lingtian. The high platform was square in shape. All 3 directions were pitch black. It was so deep that one could not see the end of it. It was like a bottomless abyss. Only the last direction had a stone staircase that led to the bottom. I can't see the end of this stone staircase at first glance. I wonder where it leads to. Huang Daniu frowned and muttered to himself. No matter where it leads to, we have no choice. We can only follow it down. Duan Lingtian said. Why don't we fly down from the other 3 directions and have a look? Su Li suggested. Fly. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. From the moment they stepped on this high platform, they had already entered the area covered by the flight prohibiting formation. You want to fly? Sure. As long as you have the strength that's on par with Emperor Wu's powerhouse. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to explain, his expression changed as though he had noticed something. He lifted his head abruptly and looked at the sky not far away in front of him. There, a white figure appeared. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a white lightning and charged toward him. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He immediately recognized the white-clad young man who was charging toward him. It was Zishang. He did not expect Zishang's speed to be so fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of him. Bang! An explosive sound of air exploding sounded out. It was Zishang who had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and smashed out a punch. The flames on his fist skyrocketed, accompanied by waves of piercingly cold azure wind that grew stronger and stronger. His punch was like a collapsing mountain that flashed directly toward Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian had no time to block it. He could only instinctively stomp on the ground and retreat swiftly. You're courting death. At almost the exact same moment, a delicate shout sounded out. It was Feng Tianwu who stood nearby that made her move. Her entire body was enveloped by flames that shot into the sky. She seemed to have transformed into a true fire spirit as she flashed toward Zishang who was chasing after Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! A long whip that was like a red spirit snake shot directly toward Zishang's hand that had punched out. Right at this moment, under the gazes of everyone present, the figures of Duan Lingtian and Zishang who flashed out of the high platform swayed. They actually lost control and fell down swiftly as if they were about to fall into the bottomless abyss. At the same time, the long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand missed as well. Zishang's rapid fall had exceeded her expectations. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu who stood at the side of the high platform looked at the violet figure that gradually disappeared into the bottomless abyss. Her face went grim, and then she didn't even think before jumping down as well. When she jumped down, she finally realized why her elder brother Duan and Zishang would lose control and fall down. It turned out that no matter how one circulated their origin energy, they were unable to fly in this place. Young Miss Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Huang Daniu's faces went grim. They stood at the side of the high platform and looked at Feng Tianwu who was falling down as well. They were completely unaware of what had happened. Why can't we fly here? Chapter 941. After dodging Zishang's attack and retreating from the high platform, Duan Lingtian initially wanted to use his energy to attack the air. He wanted to use the air resistance to create a recoil force to propel his body back to the high platform. After all, there was a flight prohibiting formation here, and he could not fly. However, after trying a few times, he realized that the air around him did not create any resistance at all. His energy swept out and disappeared completely as though it had entered a ball of cotton. It was as though it had never appeared. Let alone the sound of air exploding, even the sound of wind whistling could not be heard. What's going on? Under his great shock, the memories of the rebirth martial emperor flashed past Duan Tian's mind. In the end, he finally found the answer. So that's how it is. If it's a flight-prohibiting formation set up by an inscription inscribed by an Emperor Wu stage inscription master, other than forbidding a martial artist from flying, the air resistance would also be removed. After finding out the reason, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. At this moment, he could clearly feel that he was falling faster and faster. If this continued, he would most likely be smashed into minced meat when he reached the end. Whoosh! Suddenly, a soft sound resonated by Duan Lingtian's ears. It shocked him so much that he could not help but narrow his eyes. When he turned his head to look, he realized that Zishang, who was falling with him, actually wanted to attack him in such an environment. The milky white origin energy on Zishang's hand swayed and transformed into a vast red flame. When strands of solidified green wind merged with it, the flames suddenly soared. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Zishang's head was constantly changing. Initially, there were only 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Subsequently, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Subsequently, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. In the end, as the green energy merged with the flame soared and another 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. I knew it. This Zishang is only a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. How could his speed be so fast? He arrived in front of me in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow. His face was filled with shock. As it turns out, he has comprehended the 1st level advanced fire concept and 3rd level advanced wind concept. Not only that, with the addition of the wind force prowess to his fire force, his fire concept can gain an additional strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian gasped. He had never expected that Zishang's strength would improve so much in just a few months. He still remembered. When the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties all those years ago, Zishang was only a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist, and only his wind concept was slightly stronger from the 2 concepts he'd comprehended, yet it wasn't very strong. Today, when he saw Zishang again, his spiritual energy immediately probed Zishang's current cultivation base, the 7th level void interpretation. He was not surprised by this. Although Zishang was only a 2nd level void interpretation martial artist, if Skywolf Fort really saw him as their trump card to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they would definitely spare no effort to cultivate him. The spirit fruits in Skywolf Fort would definitely be used on him. With the strength of the Skywolf Fort, it wasn't difficult for them to make Zishang go from a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist to a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist in a few months of time. However, the problem was, a martial artist's cultivation base could be raised in a short period of time with spirit fruits, but concept could not. No matter how many concept fragments there was a limit to how fast one could raise one's concept. Perhaps there's a profound assimilation formation in Skywolf Fort. But the profound assimilation formation is not enough to raise Zishang's strength so much. Unless he can merge his spiritual energy with it like I did. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's face froze. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, could it be that the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu hiding in Zishang's body has some kind of technique that allows Zishang to gain benefits that are not inferior to mine in the profound assimilation formation? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. Although it was only a remnant soul, it was still the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu after all. It was not surprising that it had some special technique. Moreover, the profound assimilation formation was only an inscription formation set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. It did not seem difficult for the soul of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu to enter it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had inadvertently glanced at Zishang, noticed a 7-foot-long spear had appeared in Zishang's hand. It was a spirit spear. The 7-foot-long spear was completely shrouded by the wind and flames in Zishang's hand as it merged into the spear. It was surrounded by green energy and red energy. Whoosh! At the same time, another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above Zishang's head. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all. When Zishang took out the 7-foot-long spear, he could already tell it was a Grade 2 spirit spear. A Grade 2 spirit weapon refined by an ordinary Grade 2 weapon craftsman would only have a 78% increase in strength at most, just like the 7-foot-long spear in Zishang's hand. The heaven and earth phenomenon above Zishang's head had now gathered into 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They were ready to attack at any time. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that emitted an unusual aura. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. When the Grade 2 spirit spear in Zishang's hand was about to stab him, he did not hesitate at all. The origin energy in his hand entered the quasi-royal grade spirit sword easily. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly consolidated. 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. A first-level void transformation martial artist's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword could double the strength. With Duan Lingtian's origin energy as the foundation, it could double the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. In total, it was the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. This was Duan Lingtian's concept that he did not use. As the waves of concepts merged with the origin energy like shadows and entwined around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, a khaki-colored energy appeared, and purple lightning followed like a shadow. On top of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, there was an additional fierce aura. Not only that, but there were also gusts of solidified wind entwining around the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon underwent a tremendous change. Next to the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. In total, there were 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength of the 4 types of concepts combined was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. Among the 300 ancient horned dragons, the Earth concept, Thunder concept, and Sword concept each accounted for 100 ancient horned dragons. The remaining 300 ancient horned dragons were exclusive to the Wind concept. Before entering the profound assimilation formation, among the 4 types of concepts that Duan Lingtian had comprehended, only the Wind concept was the Void interpretation concept. The other 3 were only the Void initiation concepts. For this reason, in the profound assimilation formation, Duan Lingtian's Wind concept had undoubtedly improved the most. It had risen to the second-level advanced stage in one fell swoop. The second-level advanced Wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. In the face of Zishang's spear attack that contained the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand. A disdainful sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth. Above his head, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered there, accumulating their strength and waiting to strike. Ha! Zishang thrust his spear out with all his might. The wind and fire energy on the spear skyrocketed before transforming into a swift wind-fire spear ray that shot toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Due to the fact that the flight-prohibiting formation had sucked away all the air resistance, Zishang's windfire spear ray did not set off any wind whistling or air explosion even though it contained an extremely powerful force. Everything was exceptionally quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little strange. Humph. Let's see if you can still survive this time. After the spear ray shot out from the grade 2 spirit spear in his hand, a sneer crept up on the corner of Zishang's mouth. However, the sneer on the corner of Zishang's mouth quickly froze. Impossible. Zishang raised his head. He originally wanted to see the scene of Duan Lingtian's body being penetrated by the spear ray, but he did not expect to see a scene that made his guts burst. I must be dreaming. Zishang roared in his heart. Looking at the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the distant sky, Zishang's pupils constricted. His face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can this Duan Lingtian possess such a powerful force? Zishang was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. Faced with Zishang's swift spear ray that was silently approaching, a sneer crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as it went up against the spear ray that was approaching menacingly. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian made his move as fast as lightning. The spirit sword in his hand pointed at the side of the spear ray. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons swept out and did not encounter any resistance. It easily destroyed the spear ray that contained the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons. Bang! A loud noise reverberated. It was the sound of the spear ray exploding. At the same time, Duan Lingtian made use of the recoil force produced when the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand destroyed the spear ray and suddenly shot into the distance. That was the direction where Zishang was. Zishang's body was still falling, but his falling speed was not worth mentioning at all in front of Duan Lingtian's swift speed. Zishang. When Duan Lingtian charged towards Zishang, his eyes were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. Zishang had caused him a lot of trouble in the past. Last time, he was almost killed by the 6 Skywolf Fort's elders. At that time, Tamu stood in front of him and lost his life because of him. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Chapter 942. Horror dawned on Zishang's face when he saw Duan Lingtian borrowing the force from his spear ray and charging toward him with his sword. At this moment, the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head that were charging toward him were like a ferocious beast in Zishang's eyes. The 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward him. They grew larger and larger in Zishang's eyes, causing him to shudder with fear. That was the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If it landed on him, he would definitely die. Elder Ghost. Due to the flight-prohibiting formation, Zishang could not escape at all. He could only ask for help from the remnant soul hidden in his body. His voice reverberated in his mind in an extremely urgent manner. Huh? At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was charging towards Zishang with his sword, clearly saw a small black dot appearing out of thin air between Zishang's brows. The small black dot was growing rapidly. Old fellow, how dare you be dishonest in front of me? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian naturally realized that the remnant soul in Zishang's body that was suspected to be Emperor Wu had temporarily taken over Zishang's body. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He raised his other hand, and a stone tablet that was partially broken appeared in his hand. At this moment, the broken stone tablet trembled as though it had discovered its prey and was about to pounce on it. Damn it! At the same time, a gloomy and old voice resonated in the depths of Zishang's mind. There was a hint of exasperation in the voice, and it was filled with fear toward the broken stone tablet. At the same time, the small black dot between Zishang's brows did not even have the time to transform into a black flame mark before it disappeared again. Zishang regained control of his body, but he was not happy at all. Humph. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and casually grabbed the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. He held the Devil Seal tablet in one hand and the sword in the other as he continued to charge towards Zishang. Duan Lingtian moved like a bolt of lightning and arrived near Zishang's position in just a blink of an eye. He would be in a good position to attack and kill Zishang soon. Ghost Elder. Zishang's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he once again sought help from the strand of remnant soul hidden within his body. What should I do now? If this Duan Lingtian really succeeds, then not only will I die for sure, but even you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. Zishang panicked, completely panicked. He originally thought that with his current strength, it would not be difficult to kill Duan Lingtian. But he never expected that. In the past few months, the improvement in Duan Lingtian's strength was even more terrifying than the improvement in his strength. When he unleashed all his techniques, he could exert the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. He had a strength of over 100 ancient horned dragons more than him, and he was completely crushed. There's only one way now. Throw out the Devil Seal tablet fragment in your hand. In that way, not only will you be able to borrow the strength to escape, but you'll also be able to make the Devil Seal tablet fragment resonate with the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, causing him to have no time to chase after you. Ghost Flame's voice reverberated in Zishang's mind and told him the method to survive before Duan Lingtian. Ghost Elder, if you throw out the Devil Seal tablet fragment, I'll indeed be able to borrow the strength to escape. But even if I escape, I'll still be unable to escape death if I keep falling, right? Zishang took a deep breath and said hastily, if I fall from such a high place and don't have the help of the Devil Seal tablet fragment when I'm close to the ground, then even if I exert my full strength, I'll still be unable to resist the force of the fall. At that time, I'll surely fall to my death. Don't worry. Even if you keep falling, you'll be fine. I'm sure of this. Ghost Flame spoke again with a voice filled with confidence. Zishang's eyes lit up when he heard Ghost Flame's words. He had been with Ghost Flame for a long time, and he believed that Ghost Flame would not lie to him. After all, this matter was related to Ghost Flame's life and death. Once he died, his soul would be annihilated as well. At that time, Ghost Flame's remnant soul would be trapped in his body. Once Ghost Flame's remnant soul was exposed to the air, it would not take long for it to be completely annihilated. Ghost Elder, I believe in you. Zishang took a deep breath and raised his hand. A stone that was the size of 3 adult fists appeared in his hand. There were some ancient words on the stone that were difficult to decipher. Huh. Almost at the same time Zishang took out the stone, Duan Lingtian, who was about to attack and kill Zishang, suddenly had a change in expression. At this moment, he clearly noticed that the Devil Seal tablet in his hand had suddenly become restless as though it had sensed something. It looked as though it wanted to break free from his restraints. The Devil Seal tablet continued to tremble violently, causing Duan Lingtian's body to tremble as well, causing his hand that was holding the sword to loosen. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he looked over, he saw that Zishang's legs had kicked the stone that was suspended in the air. As Zishang's legs landed on the narrow stone, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an arrow that was released from a bow. He borrowed the force and flew down rapidly. In an instant, Zishang's body completely disappeared into the bottomless abyss before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Is he looking for death? Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb when he saw Zishang's body falling rapidly. Zishang's actions would undoubtedly increase the speed of his fall. Once he reached the ground, would he not be smashed into a pulp? However, Duan Lingtian had no time to care about Zishang. He was shocked to discover that, At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet in his hand was similar to the stone that Zishang had used to borrow force. It was suspended in the air and even lifted him up so he would not continue falling. This Devil Seal tablet is really terrifying. Even the flight-prohibiting formation set up by Emperor Wu stage inscription masters can't do anything to it. Duan Lingtian slightly exerted force in his hand that was holding the Devil Seal tablet and used the force to leap up. He landed on the Devil Seal tablet and stood up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was even more curious about the Devil Seal tablet's origin. Suddenly, the Devil Seal tablet flew out from under Duan Lingtian's feet. Its target was the stone that Zishang had left behind. It was like a hunter that had discovered its prey. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian's gaze had just landed on the stone that was the size of 3 adult fists, he noticed that the stone had also transformed into a streak of light that shot toward the Devil Seal tablet under his feet. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up. He exerted force in his feet and tried his best to stand firm. He was really worried that the Devil Seal tablet would collide with the stone and send him flying. In that case, he could only continue falling. What awaited him would be a pile of mush. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his worries were completely unnecessary. When the Devil Seal tablet and the stone were close to each other, they actually stopped at the same time. They seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding and gave off a peaceful feeling. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who finally saw the appearance of the stone clearly, could not help but narrow his eyes. It was as if he had seen something that shocked him. Heavens! What did he see? This stone that was the size of 3 adult fists was actually carved with ancient words that were exactly the same as the words on the Devil Seal tablet. Even the handwriting was exactly the same. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw that the Devil Seal tablet under his feet and the stone were slowly approaching each other. After they were stuck together, not a single gap could be seen. The Devil Seal tablet that originally had a large gap was now perfectly stuck to the stone, leaving only a shattered corner. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he was dumbstruck. This stone that Zishang took out, is actually a part of the Devil Seal tablet? Duan Lingtian looked at the Devil Seal tablet under his feet with a face full of shock. He clearly saw that after the Devil Seal tablet and the stone were stuck together, the words on the two were also perfectly aligned. There was not a single trace of disharmony. Although Duan Lingtian did not recognize these words, when the two were put together, the words were neatly arranged on the stone. This made him deeply aware of a problem. The Devil Seal tablet and the stone were originally a part of the same body. This means, if I can find the shattered corner of the Devil Seal tablet now, the Devil Seal tablet will be restored to its original state and become a complete Devil Seal tablet? Looking at the Devil Seal tablet that was missing a corner, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. When he recalled the terrifying power that the Devil Seal tablet had given him after he was devilified by the broken Devil Seal tablet, he was certain that once the Devil Seal tablet was restored, it would become even more powerful. Elder Brother Duan. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thoughts, he heard a familiar voice coming from the sky. When he raised his head to look over, he discovered that Feng Tianwu had actually fallen as well. However, the place where Feng Tianwu was falling was not where he was standing on the Devil Seal tablet that was floating in the air. This caused him to become slightly anxious. In his anxiety, Duan Lingtian instinctively thought of controlling the Devil Seal tablet to fly toward Feng Tianwu so that he could catch Feng Tianwu. Originally, Duan Lingtian was not completely confident that he could control the Devil Seal tablet. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the Devil Seal tablet flew toward the place where Feng Tianwu was falling according to his thoughts. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. His hands moved like the wind as he extended strands of gentle origin energy to help Feng Tianwu decelerate step by step. When Feng Tianwu's falling speed had completely slowed down, Duan Lingtian extended his hand and held onto Feng Tianwu's slender hand before bringing her to stand on the Devil Seal tablet. Elder brother Duan, this tablet of yours seems to be different from before. Feng Tianwu glanced at the devil seal tablet beneath her feet with surprise. She was not unfamiliar with this broken tablet. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a few months ago, Duan Lingtian had lent it to her. Chapter 943. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Staring at the peerless beauty that was so close to him, his eyes became a little blurred. He did not even need to think to know why Tian Wu fell with him. She must have jumped with him. At this moment, the love string in Duan Lingtian's heart was gently plucked, and it took him a long time to calm down. Has my importance in her heart surpassed her own life? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in his heart. At the same time, his gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu again was filled with gentleness. It was a gentleness that had not appeared for a long time. It was a gentleness that only appeared in front of his 2 fiancés. Elder brother Duan, what are you looking at? Feng Tianwu originally wanted to ask Duan Lingtian why the devil seal tablet changed. However, when she lifted her head, she realized Duan Lingtian was staring at her. The gentleness in his eyes seemed to be able to melt her heart completely. At this moment, she felt like crying. Even she did not know why she felt that way. And nothing. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. After retracting his gaze, he forced a smile on his face. Let's go. Let's go up. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stepped on the devil seal tablet and rose into the sky with Feng Tianwu. The flight prohibiting formation could not stop the devil seal tablet from flying. At the bottom of the entrance to Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the young disciples from the 6 major forces landed on the high platform one after another and stood steadily on it. What the hell is this place? He can't even fly in the air. Many of them cursed. There must be some kind of restriction. I guess there's a special inscription formation that's shrouding this area, causing us to be unable to fly. I've seen records of something similar to an inscription formation in an ancient book. This inscription formation seems to be called the Flight Prohibiting Formation. Flight Prohibiting Formation. What a domineering inscription formation. It directly took away our right to fly. The young disciples of the various forces discussed animatedly, and many of them began to look around. Apart from the stone stairs on this side, the other 3 sides are all pitch-black, bottomless abyss. You can't fly here. Once you fall, you'll definitely die. Isn't that so? Just now, 3 people fell down. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape death. What? Did someone fall? Yes. Which 3 people? You must have an impression of 2 of them. Duan Lingtian from 5 Elements sect and that peerless beauty from Blades sect. There's also a young disciple from Skywolf Fort. He's dressed in white and has an extraordinary bearing. In a short moment, many young disciples of the various powers found out that Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zi Shang had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian fell. Hu Fei came in later. Unlike the other 5 Element sect's disciples, he only found out that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss at the side of the high platform. Looks like even God is helping me. However, it's a pity for the 4 9th level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands, Hu Fei muttered to himself. His face was filled with pity when he reached the end of his sentence. Huh. After Empyrean Temple's Xianbei and Emotion Severing Sect's Zhang Yan heard that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss, they stood at the side of the high platform and looked down. In their eyes, the bottomless abyss was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. Once one entered it, it would be difficult for one to come out again. Duan Lingtian, looks like the agreement between you and me is going to be voided. Xianbei clasped his hands together and muttered. What a pity. A gleam flashed across Zhang Yan's eyes. His face was still cold as though Duan Lingtian's death could not cause any ripples in his heart. He only felt that it was a pity. That Duan Lingtian is dead. When the group of Sun Moon sect's disciples heard that Duan Lingtian had fallen into the bottomless abyss, their eyes lit up immediately. Their faces were filled with joy. Senior brother Lingtian, apart from Hu Fei, most of the Five Element sect's disciples stood at the side of the high platform. Their eyes were filled with sadness and pity as they looked at the bottomless abyss. What a pity! That Duan Lingtian is dead. Nangong Yi sighed. Not necessarily. Nangong Chen shook his head. Huh? Nangong Yi looked puzzled as he looked at Nangong Chen curiously. Why do you say so? He doesn't look like someone who has a short life. Nangong Chen's answer was direct, simple, and straightforward. The corner of Nangong Yi's mouth twitched. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Junior sister Feng has fallen in as well. Many of Blade Sect's disciples sighed. That peerless beauty had perished just like that. God was jealous of her talent. They're both dead. It's good that they're dead. It's good that they're dead. Lian Xiong stood at the side with a delighted smile on his face. He no longer dared to go against Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. However, when he knew that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had both fallen into the bottomless abyss and were definitely dead, he could not help but feel delighted. God's will. God's will. The smile on Lian Xiong's face grew even wider. In his opinion, God was helping him. However, his smile quickly froze. A series of surprised cheers resonated in his ears. It's senior brother Ling Tian. Senior brother Ling Tian is here. And that female disciple from Blade's sect as well. They're here together. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Ling Tian is fine. Senior brother Ling Tian is fine. The eyes of the Five Element sect's disciples who were looking down from the side of the high platform lit up as they cried out in surprise. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on the two figures that were rising rapidly from the bottomless abyss. When Huang Daniu found out about the flight-prohibiting formation, his heart sank completely. He knew that Duan Lingtian who had fallen into the bottomless abyss would definitely die. Duan Lingtian. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him again, his eyes that were filled with disappointment suddenly lit up. He greeted Duan Lingtian excitedly. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong stood at the side. Originally, they felt the same as Huang Daniu. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu coming up, the gloominess on their faces disappeared and was replaced with a sincere smile. They're not dead. They're not dead. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian is not dead. Xian Bei's eyes lit up. A rare smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, you really didn't disappoint me. Zhang Yan's eyes were filled with surprise. How did he get up here? After my test, I found out that there's almost no air resistance in the area covered by the flight-prohibiting formation. Zhang Yan, who had investigated the current situation, knew that there was no air resistance in this area other than the fact that it was impossible to fly in this area. For this reason, it was almost impossible to rely on the air resistance to create a recoil force to return to the high platform from the bottomless abyss. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a purple figure and a red figure rose up from the side of the high platform and appeared before their eyes. It was a young man in purple and a young woman in red. The man was handsome while the woman was beautiful. When they stood together, they looked like a golden couple. Senior brother Ling Tian and this Blade sect's female disciple are really a match made in heaven. They're a perfect match. Not only that, they both have monstrous martial Dao innate talent. They're really a match made in heaven. Perhaps, our Five Element sect can consider forming a marriage alliance with the Blade sect. Many of the Five Element sect's disciples were discussing animatedly. When their eyes landed on the young man and woman standing on the stone tablet with a missing corner, there was a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. The voices of these five-element sect's disciples clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian, who had just brought Feng Tianwu up. It made Duan Lingtian feel a little awkward. As for Feng Tianwu, her beautiful face had long turned crimson red. It was so red that it looked as though blood would drip out of it at any moment. It was so charming that it made people want to go up and give her a kiss. Duan Lingtian, I knew that your life won't be that short, you brat. Huang Daniu laughed as he scolded. Although Huang Daniu's tone was rude, Duan Lingtian could see his concern for him from his reddened eyes. He could not help but feel warm in his heart. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong also heaved a sigh of relief. How's this possible? When Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him again, his face turned grave. His heart that had just risen to heaven fell back to hell in just a blink of an eye. That's impossible. That's impossible. He can actually fly within the range of the flight restriction array. Hu Fei kept shaking his head. He was unwilling to believe that this was real. At the same time, he began to size up Duan Lingtian and the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. In the end, his eyes landed on the stone tablet with a missing corner. Don't tell me it's this stone tablet. Hu Fei's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. At the same time, endless jealousy could be seen in the depth of his eyes. This Duan Lingtian. How can he take all the benefits? Sigh. When Lian Xiong saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, the smile on his face disappeared completely. Apart from feeling helpless, there was only helplessness in his heart. Isn't this place covered by the flight prohibiting formation? Why are Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu still able to fly? Soon, someone cried out in alarm. Instantly, the attention of everyone started to move, and in the end, it descended onto the stone tablet that was missing a corner beneath Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's feet, and their eyes lit up. It's this stone tablet. What are the words carved on this stone tablet? I can't recognize any of them. This stone tablet can actually fly in the flight prohibiting formation. It's definitely not something simple. The eyes on the stone tablet with a missing corner under Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's feet were filled with eagerness and desire. Many people's eyes gleamed with greed as though they wanted to take the stone tablet with a missing corner for themselves. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also brought Feng Tianwu back to the high platform. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he put away the stone tablet with a missing corner, which was the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian, hand over the 4 9th level concept fragments and the stone tablet. Chapter 944. Ha! Duan Lingtian, who had just landed on the high platform with Feng Tianwu, was immediately surrounded by a group of people. He raised his eyebrows, but his expression remained calm. Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings nonchalantly. He immediately recognized the people surrounding him. They were the 17 disciples of Sun Moon sect and the 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort. There were a total of 36 people. The opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time was agreed upon by all the major forces. Each force could only bring 20 young disciples to share the loot. For this reason, each force only brought 20 young disciples. Out of the 20 disciples of Sun Moon sect, one of them was killed by Duan Lingtian outside. There were still 19 of them left. At this moment, other than the 2 black-clad young men who were standing in the distance leisurely, the other 17 disciples of Sun Moon sect had surrounded him. Each and every one of them was staring at him with hatred in their eyes. As for Skywolf Fort's side, other than Zi Decease who had fallen into the bottomless abyss, the other 19 disciples, including Yi Ling, had surrounded him one by one. Unlike the hatred in the eyes of the 17 disciples of Sun Moon sect, these 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort were staring at him with greed. It was as though he was some kind of treasure. Of course, he was not a treasure himself. It was just that he had a treasure in his hands. 4 9th level concept fragments. It was a stone tablet that allowed one to fly in the flight restriction formation. It was enough to attract the attention of most people. Hu Lin, are we really not going? One of the two Sun Moon sect's disciples who were standing in the distance frowned. This is not good, right? Lu Kai is our junior brother after all. It's our duty to avenge him. What? Do you want to die as well? The other person asked nonchalantly with a smirk on his face. Die? You mean Duan Lingtian can deal with them? The former sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, but, is this possible? Those are the 36 elites among the younger generation in Sun Moon Sect and Skywolf Fort. Even if all the people from Five Element Sect were to go, I'm afraid they might not be a match for them, right? The former added. Zhang Ping, you are wrong. Hu Lin's eyes narrowed as a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. He muttered, that Duan Lingtian is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Do you really think that he could kill Lu Kai with a single punch just because his strength is slightly stronger than Lu Kai? I can see that, when this Duan Lingtian killed Lu Kai, he didn't use a spiritual weapon, but he still had a lot of energy left. 36 people. Although it's a lot of people, it's still wishful thinking for them to deal with this Duan Lingtian. Hu Lin's tone was solemn. Is he really that scary? When Zhang Ping heard this, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by 36 disciples of Sun Moon Sect and Skywolf Fort. Whether it's that scary or not, you'll know once you continue watching. Hu Lin said calmly, I believe that when the time comes, you will be glad that you managed to keep your life. Humph. This bunch of idiots. How dare they not listen to me? They deserve to die. When Hu Lin reached the end of his sentence, the idiots that he was talking about were none other than the 17 Sun Moon Sect's disciples who were blinded by hatred. Before the 17 Sun Moon Sect's disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian, they had invited him to join them, but he had rejected them. Not only that, when he voiced his concerns, the 17 Sun Moon Sect's disciples even called him a coward. They even said that he did not deserve to be the chief eldest senior brother of the current generation in Sun Moon Sect. What are all of you doing? When they saw that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were surrounded, many of the Five Element Sect's disciples had a drastic change in expression. Some of them had a murderous gleam in their eyes as they stared at the group of Sun Moon Sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples with hostility. Duan Lingtian, as long as you hand over the 4 9th-level concept fragments and that stone tablet earlier, we'll let you go. Among the group of Skywolf Fort's disciples, Yi Ling, who was Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance and the former strongest person among the younger generation in the Great Qing dynasty, glared at Duan Lingtian coldly as she shouted in a deep voice. Yi Ling. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a mocking smile crept up the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the first thought that popped up in his mind was none other than Yi Ling and the group of Skywolf Fort's and Sun Moon Sect's disciples' heads being kicked by donkeys. Did they think that they could deal with him just because they had more people? However, Duan Lingtian did not know about this at all. The group of Skywolf Fort's disciples who came later did not know that he had killed a 9th-level Void Interpretation Sun Moon Sect's disciple who had comprehended the 9th-level Void Interpretation concept with just one punch. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to the Sun Moon Sect's disciple's request and colluded with the Sun Moon Sect's disciple to deal with him. As for the group of Sun Moon Sect's disciples, most of them were blinded by hatred. The Sun Moon Sect was different from the other forces. The disciples in the sect were basically taken in since they were young and had undergone a series of brainwashing education. For the sake of the Sun Moon Sect's benefit, they would do anything regardless of the gains and losses. To put it simply, most of the Sun Moon Sect's disciples were a bunch of lunatics. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Hu Lin, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Sun Moon Sect, had not been brainwashed by the Sun Moon Sect even though he was smart since he was young. A bunch of lunatics. Nan Gongyi shook his head and stood at the side with a calm expression. He was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety at all. a bunch of people who have a death wish. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong stood at the other side. They were not nervous at all. It was as if they were unconcerned about this matter. Of course, the reason they were so calm was because they trusted Duan Lingtian's strength. The Skywolf Fort's disciples are still alright since they don't know about Duan Lingtian's strength. However, that group of Sun Moon sect's disciples still dare to go against Duan Lingtian even though they know about Duan Lingtian's strength? Is there something wrong with their heads? Tianjin's eyes widened as he glanced at Tan Huan who was next to him and voiced out the doubts in his heart. Look at the eyes of those 17 Sun Moon sect's disciples. It's different from the eyes of the other 19 Skywolf Fort's disciples. The eyes of the Sun Moon sect's disciples are filled with hatred. The eyes of the Skywolf Fort's disciples are filled with greed. Tan Huan was very observant and easily noticed some clues. The former must be trying to avenge Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple who was killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. The latter must be bewitched by the Sun Moon sect's disciples and wants to snatch the treasures on Duan Lingtian. It seems like the Skywolf Fort's disciples are being used by the Sun Moon sect's disciples. After observing for a while, Tianjin nodded his head in agreement with Tan Huan's words. Senior Brother Yen, should we join? At this moment, an emotion-severing sect's disciple looked at Zhang Yan and asked with a burning gaze. The people from emotion-severing sect came with the people from Skywolf Fort. Similarly, they did not witness the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, with just one punch. They did not know about Duan Lingtian's strength. At the same time, the other 18 emotion-severing sect's disciples, other than Qi Feng and Qin Lian, who were Duan Lingtian's old acquaintances, were all staring at Duan Lingtian with greed in their eyes. Qi Feng and Qin Lian were the people who ranked 3rd and 4th respectively in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was held at Skywolf Fort a few months ago. Later on, they followed Payan, the sect leader of emotion-severing sect, to the emotion-severing sect. This time, the opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure had caused their strength to increase tremendously after being groomed by the emotion-severing sect. All of them were entrusted with the heavy responsibility of searching and snatching the profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure for the emotion-severing sect. All of you can go ahead if you don't want to die. Zhang Yan's face was cold as he said in a neutral tone. Humph. At this moment, a person walked out of the emotion-severing sect. It was a young man who was close to 40 years old who wore a gray robe. He glanced at Zhang Yan coldly and said sarcastically, Zhang Yan, as the sect leader's direct disciple, you're really getting more and more cowardly. If the sect's old ancestors of the past knew that the emotion-severing sect's disciple who has successfully cultivated the supreme emotion-forgetting technique is actually so cowardly, I'm afraid they'd be so angry that they'd throw up 3 liters of blood even in the netherworld. When the gray-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, the mockery on his face became even more obvious. There was even a hint of jealousy and hatred in the depth of his eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye could see with just a glance that he did not get along with Zhang Yan. Go ahead if you're not afraid of dying. Zhang Yan did not even look at the gray-clad young man as he said nonchalantly, however, I still have to remind you. If you die, you can only blame it on your bad luck. The sect won't stand up for you. Of course, I'm not as cowardly as you are. The gray-clad young man's face turned grave when he was ignored by Zhang Yan. He snorted coldly. Subsequently, he called out to the other emotion-severing sect's disciples, fellow senior brothers, follow me if you want to share the loot with the Sun Moon sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples. The moment the gray-clad young man's words left his mouth, he had already flown out and joined the ranks of the Sun Moon sect and Skywolf Fort's disciples. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Wei, wait for me. Immediately, another emotion-severing sect's disciple flew out as well. Senior Brother Wei is a 9th-level void interpretation powerhouse who has comprehended the 1st-level void transformation concept. I don't think it'll be difficult for him to kill that Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, the emotion-severing sect's disciples followed suit one after another. After a short while, only Zhang Yan, Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and 5 other emotion-severing sect's disciples remained. 12 emotion-severing sect's disciples, including the gray-clad young man, joined the encirclement and stared at Duan Lingtian with greed in their eyes. How lively! Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he saw the group of people around him had shrunk from 36 to 48. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Tian Wu, leave first. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a smile. When Feng Tianwu saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she immediately dismissed the thought of helping Duan Lingtian and nodded sensibly. Subsequently, she strode out of the encirclement. The group of Skywolf Fort's disciples who had formed the encirclement made way for her. Their target was Duan Lingtian, not Feng Tianwu. Chapter 945. Surrounded by the 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. Even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him, his expression would not change. Humph! Duan Lingtian, you're about to die, and you can still smile. Yi Ling sneered. Her eyes gleamed with a ruthless gleam. Are you so sure that the person who will die will be me? Upon hearing Yi Ling's words, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even brighter. His tone was indifferent, as though he did not care about the crisis in front of him at all. In the distance, a group of 5 Element Sect's disciples looked at the group of Sun-Moon Sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing Sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. Their faces were filled with mockery, mocking them for overestimating themselves. They're really seeking death. Do they really think they can kill Duan Lingtian just because they have more people? Many of the Empyrean Temple and Blade Sect's disciples had disdain written all over their faces. They looked down on the Sun-Moon Sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing Sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with their own eyes. A 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept and wielded a Grade 2 spirit weapon was instantly killed by him with just one punch. Until now, they could still feel chills running down their spines when they recalled the scene. Duan Lingtian's strength was just too terrifying. Until now, nobody knew how strong Duan Lingtian's true strength was. Xian Bei stood by the side. His calm gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as though he was trying to see through Duan Lingtian. Humph! What a bluff! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Ling sneered again. Then, she shouted, "Attack!" Following Yi Ling's order, the 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces, including herself, flew out one after another and pounced on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by them. The moment they made a move, they utilized their spirit weapons. All of their origin energy exploded, and their concepts followed like shadows as they charged towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing aura. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rained down on Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that the air resistance in this area had been completely removed by the flight-prohibiting formation, although the attacks of the 48 young powerhouses were fierce, they did not cause any sound of wind whistling or air exploding. The several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were originally hovering above the 48 young powerhouses in a circle were also dashing toward the encirclement. Thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes charged out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner. Senior brother Lingtian. Although they were confident in Duan Lingtian, many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples were still worried when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure being drowned by the 48 young powerhouses from the 3 major forces in just a blink of an eye. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were squeezed together gave the onlookers a visual shock. It was as though they were experiencing a visual feast. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu stood by the side with a worried expression on her beautiful face. Duan Lingtian, you can do it. Huang Daniu waved his fist and said with a solemn expression. Very soon, the faces of the onlookers froze. Their eyes narrowed almost at the same time. Oh my God! What did they just see? The 48 young powerhouses who were charging towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner gathered together and drowned Duan Lingtian's figure. At the same time, their figures also came to a halt in the air. Following that, the onlookers only saw a flash in front of their eyes as though a sword light had flashed past. Following that, everyone was shocked to see that the 48 young men who were charging towards Duan Lingtian suddenly came to a halt in the air and were cut into two pieces one by one. Some of their heads were separated from their bodies, some of their upper and lower bodies were separated, some of their legs were chopped off, and many of them even had half of their heads and feet chopped off. Blood splattered all over the high platform as though it had gathered into a river. Blood flowed like a river. Boom! 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 Hundreds of severed bodies fell on the high platform like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Blood splattered on the blood river like beautiful bloody roses. Arg! Arg! At the same time, shrill screams came from the mouths of the young powerhouses whose legs and feet were chopped off. Following that, they fell to the ground one by one and kept rolling around in pain. Not long after, their bodies were covered in blood. As for the other young powerhouses, all of them had turned into severed bodies. Their lives had completely withered away, and they had paid the price for their reckless actions with their lives. Wretch! Wretch! The bloody scene caused many of the young disciples from the various forces to turn pale and vomit. Some of the female disciples, in particular, were so frightened that they kept vomiting. They hurriedly closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene again. Although they had more or less killed people before, they had never experienced such a scene before. To them, the scene earlier was simply purgatory on earth. You overestimate yourselves. At the same time, a cold voice resonated in the air. After the 48 young powerhouses from the three major forces were killed and crippled, Duan Lingtian, who was standing on the Devil Seal tablet and rising into the sky, spoke indifferently. His voice was filled with indifference. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 13 young powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive with their legs and feet crippled. His eyes were filled with merciless coldness. Spare my life. Spare my life. Duan Lingtian, I was blind. Please don't hold a grudge against me. Please forgive me. Senior brother Yan, save me. Please save me. Among the 13 young powerhouses, other than the Sun Moon sect's disciples who were unafraid of death, the disciples from Skywolf Fort and Emotion Severing sect continued to beg for mercy. Some of the Emotion Severing sect's disciples even begged Zhang Yan for help. There were a total of 8 Emotion Severing sect's disciples, including Zhang Yan, Qi Feng, and Qin Lian. Senior brother Yan, one of the Emotion Severing sect's disciples, looked at Zhang Yan with a pained expression. It was obvious that he wanted to persuade Zhang Yan to save his fellow disciples who were crippled. Say no more. No matter who it is, they'll have to pay the price for their choices. Besides, even if I were to make a move, I might not be able to stop Duan Lingtian from killing them. Zhang Yan's voice was cold as he interrupted the Emotion Severing sect's disciples' words. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with dread in his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to become so terrifying after just a few months. With just one sword, he did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, but he had already killed 35 people and crippled 13. The speed of that sword was so fast that even he found it difficult to capture it. Initially, I thought that after cultivating the supreme emotion for getting technique and mastering the initial mastery of ice and fire, I've already left Duan Lingtian in the dust. However, it seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to mine. Zhang Yan's eyes flashed. A thick battle intent rose from the depths of his eyes. Naturally, he did not make a move even though the battle intent rose in his heart. This was because he knew that now was not the time to make a move. As for the emotion-severing sex disciples who were crippled, he did not bother about them at all. In his opinion, everyone had to pay the price for their own choices. If there's a next life, remember this. There are some things that it's best to consider if you have the strength to do so before trying to get your hands on them. Duan Lingtian stood on the Devil Seal tablet. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His cold gaze swept across the 13 young powerhouses who were lying on the ground as he slowly lifted the sword in his hand. Spare my life. Spare my life. As though they were aware of the impending danger, the surviving Skywolf Fort and emotion-severing sex disciples knelt on the ground and kowtowed as they begged for mercy. Their voices were filled with fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. There are some things that once you've made a choice, it's hard to turn back. There are some things that you have to pay the price for once you've done them. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold as he enunciated each and every word clearly. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the sword in his hand turned into a sword flower that bloomed dazzlingly. At the same time, the spectators could clearly see blood blossoming from the throats of the 13 young disciples from Sun Moon Sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing Sect. Boom! 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 13 corpses fell to the ground one after another. They were completely silent. For a moment, the scene returned to its previous tranquility. The spectators' attention shifted to the purple figure standing above the river of blood and the mountain of corpses. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread that came from the bottom of their hearts. Drip! Drip! The purple-clad young man stood with the sword in his hand that was still dripping blood. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Many people felt a chill run down their spines when they heard this voice. God of Slaughter. At this moment, many people present had the same thought as they looked at the purple-clad young man standing on the stone tablet with a chipped corner. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was simply a god of slaughter. 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces were slaughtered in less than 10 breaths. Not a single one of them was left alive. They knew that even if they had Duan Lingtian's strength, they might not be able to achieve this. They were not afraid of killing. However, it was difficult for them to kill so many people with just 2 swords and create hundreds of corpses. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river. It was nothing more than this. Many of the spectators were frightened and could not calm down for a long time. This is too scary. This Duan Lingtian is too scary. The Blade Sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, who had attacked Duan Lingtian earlier and whose sword was close to Duan Lingtian's glabella, turned pale. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. At this moment, other than fear, there was only joy in his heart. He was glad that Feng Tianwu had made her move in time and severed his arm. Otherwise, he would have died. Huh? Hu Fei, who was originally standing in the corner with a pale face, was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian unleashing his invincible strength. Horror dawned on his face immediately. He noticed that after Duan Lingtian killed the 48 young powerhouses from the 3 major forces, his gaze had shifted to him. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour him. No! No! Chapter 946. The Devil Seal tablet under Duan Lingtian's feet moved and brought him to Hu Fei in just a blink of an eye. He hovered in the air in front of Hu Fei. Hu Fei. Duan Lingtian looked down at Hu Fei with a cold killing intent in his eyes. Duan Lingtian. Why you can't kill me? You can't kill me. Horror dawned on Hu Fei's face when he saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him in just a blink of an eye. His voice was filled with anxiety. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him before he could finish his sentence. I can't kill you. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Duan Lingtian smirked. What's the reason? He had long wanted to kill Hu Fei. Previously, the threat that Zi Shang posed to him made him realize the importance of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. That year, at the peak of Dubhe Peak in 7-Star Sword Sect, when he had the duel with Zi Shang in the promise of 2 years, if he had killed Zi Shang, none of the things related to Zi Shang would have happened. Hu Fei gave him an extremely oppressive sense of threat. He could faintly sense that as long as Hu Fei was still alive, he would definitely become the second Zi Shang in the future. When they were outside, the vicious gaze that Hu Fei gave him made him realize that Hu Fei must be eliminated. If he did not eliminate him, he would definitely be a huge disaster in the future. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stood on the Devil Seal tablet and hovered in the air as he looked down at Hu Fei. Hu Fei's life was in the palm of his hand. As long as he waved the sword in his hand, he could instantly take Hu Fei's life. Reason? When Hu Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said, I'm the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you go. He'll definitely not let you go. That's your reason. Duan Lingtian initially thought that Hu Fei would come up with some new reason. Who would have thought that he would bring up Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and use him as a shield? He had to admit that he was very disappointed. When he planned to kill Hu Fei, did he not consider that he would offend Cha Bai? Of course, he did. But he was not afraid. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was indifferent to his reason, Hu Fei's face turned green and pale. In the end, he kneeled on the ground and kowtowed in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei kowtowed as he begged for mercy, I was blind in the past and offended you. As long as you don't kill me today, I promise I won't go against you in the future. Spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei kept kowtowing. After a while, his forehead was stained with blood, and his face was filled with fear. It had to be said that Hu Fei's actions had shocked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had never expected that at the moment of life and death, Hu Fei would completely abandon his dignity and kowtow to his former enemy and beg for mercy. Perhaps, I've overestimated him. How can a person who betrays his master who saved his life and nurtured him possibly have any backbone? However, when he thought about Hu Fei's despicable past, Duan Lingtian felt relieved again. As the saying went, a dog can never change its habit of eating **t. This saying was referring to people like Hu Fei. This Hu Fei has really brought shame to Fire Peak and our 5-element sect. Huang Daniu said with a disgusted look on his face. Other than a Fire Peak disciple who had a complicated look in his eyes, the other 5-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei with disdain. The direct disciple of our 5-element sect's Peak Master of Fire Peak only has this much backbone. Just like what senior brother Daniu said. He has really embarrassed Fire Peak and our 5-element sect. If Peak Master Cha Bai sees this, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would slap him to death, right? Embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. Each and every one of the 5-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei and commented on him with disdain. Even the disciples from the other forces were looking at Hu Fei with disdain in their eyes. I can't believe that there's such a cowardly disciple in the 5-element sect. I think he's the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect. How blind must the Peak Master of Fire Peak be to accept such a disgraceful disciple? The 5-element sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, has profound strength and is iron-willed. He's revered. However, this 5-element sect's disciple, Hu Fei, is a complete coward. He's really despicable. The disciples from the other forces were discussing among themselves. Their words were filled with disdain toward Hu Fei. Some of them even compared him to Duan Lingtian, forming a stark contrast. The discussions around him were not soft. They entered Hu Fei's ears clearly, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and continued to kowtow to Duan Lingtian as though he did not hear anything. Duan Lingtian, please spare me. I beg you. I beg you. You're a magnanimous person. You're a magnanimous person. Please spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei lowered his head and continued to kowtow to beg for mercy. However, his eyes were filled with extreme shame, anger, and hatred. He swore in his heart, that's right. As long as he could survive, he would definitely make Duan Lingtian pay him back tenfold or even 100-fold for what he had done today. If Peak Master Cha Bai sees you kowtowing and begging for mercy in front of me like a coward, I'm afraid I don't even have to lift a finger. He'll personally kill you, right? Duan Lingtian raised the sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed as he said nonchalantly. When Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian raising his sword from the corner of his eyes and was about to kill him, horror dawned on his face. He quickly stopped kowtowing and begged for mercy. As though he realized that he was about to face a great disaster, he shifted his gaze to a 5-element sex fire peak disciple who was standing nearby. He sent a voice transmission into the disciple's ears. If you do as I say, I don't believe that the strongest young powerhouses from all the major forces can't kill him even if they join forces. After the voice transmission, Hu Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted, Duan Lingtian. I'll wait for you on the road to hell. Duan Lingtian did not expect that Hu Fei would stop kowtowing and begging for mercy at the last moment of life and death. His dignity and backbone seemed to have been awakened in an instant. Then, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait any longer. Soon, Duan Lingtian's face turned cold. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed it down. With just one slash, he ended Hu Fei's life. He had no strength to resist at all. Boom! It was only when Hu Fei's body fell to the ground that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He knew very well that he had just dealt with a potential threat. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice it at all. Among the group of 5-element sex disciples, there was a Fire Peaks disciple who was staring at Hu Fei's body. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. However, he gritted his teeth and did not reveal his emotions. When the group of 5-element sex disciples saw that Hu Fei had turned into a corpse, they could not help but sigh. However, none of them felt pity for Hu Fei. When Hu Fei was still in 5-element sect, he already had a bad reputation. He was known as an ingrate. It was apparent that Hu Fei's absurd act of betraying his master who had saved his life and the Wood Peak who had nurtured him to join Fire Peak was still something that many of the 5-element sex disciples still found hard to let go of. Duan Lingtian killed Hu Fei with just a wave of his hand. Many of the young disciples from the other 4 major forces were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would make a move on them. The decisiveness of Duan Lingtian's attack caused fear to rise from the bottom of their hearts. Both of you are very smart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after Duan Lingtian killed Hu Fei, he stared at the 2 black-clad young men who were standing alone at the side. They were the 2 surviving young disciples of Sun Moon sect. The reason why these 2 Sun Moon sect disciples were still alive was because they did not participate in the encirclement of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would have definitely died. In the distance, the Sun Moon sect disciples who were horrified when they saw Duan Lingtian looking at them heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. What do you think now? Hu Lin, the strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, took a deep breath and asked the person next to him. Zhang Ping, the second strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, who was standing next to him, broke out in cold sweat. When he heard Hu Lin's words, he could not help but smile wryly. Fortunately, I listened to you. Hu Lin, I owe you my life. In fact, he originally planned to join forces with the other Sun Moon sect disciples to deal with Duan Lingtian to avenge Lu Kai. At the critical moment, it was Hu Lin who stopped him. When he recalled the technique that Duan Lingtian cast earlier, cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead. More and more of it was dripping down like rain. Duan Lingtian. I'm looking forward to our battle more and more now. After we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, how about we have a battle? Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple, who had been standing quietly at the side, stared at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, I'm more than happy to oblige. Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly before adding, however, we don't necessarily have to wait until we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As long as you find something that interests me in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, we'll have to fight. What? You want to snatch something from me? When Xian Bei heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes narrowed. Of course. As long as you have something that interests me, I'll snatch it from you. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. All right. I'll wait and see then. Xian Bei took a deep breath and said with a face full of anticipation. Let's go. At this moment, Zhang Yan's voice resonated from afar. Subsequently, Zhang Yan led Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and the other 6 emotion-severing sex disciples down the stone stairs at the side of the stone platform and walked towards the dark bottomless abyss. Follow them. At the same time, Xian Bei called out to the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and followed them. The 2 remaining young disciples of the Sun Moon sect strode out and followed behind the group of young disciples from the Empyrean Temple. They walked down the stone stairs. Sun Moon sect is really miserable. Out of the 20 young disciples, one of them was killed by senior brother Ling Tian outside. Then, senior brother Ling Tian killed 17 of them here. Now, only 2 of them are left. In my opinion, Skywolf Fort is the unlucky one. Chapter 947. That's right. The most unlucky one is still that Skywolf Fort. 20 disciples from Skywolf Fort came. First, there was an unlucky guy who overestimated himself and launched a sneak attack on senior brother Ling Tian, causing him to lose his footing and fall into the bottomless abyss. There was no way he could survive. The remaining 19 disciples were also killed because they coveted the treasure in senior brother Ling Tian's hand. If the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Of course. A total of 20 people from Skywolf Fort came, and they were all killed before they even entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. If they knew about this, they would definitely be pissed to death. The group of 5 element sex disciples discussed animatedly with each other. When they looked at the purple-clad young man who was slowly descending after putting away the stone tablet with a missing corner, all of their eyes were filled with reverence. Senior brother Ling Tian is too strong. That's right. Even though I have confidence in him, when I saw him being surrounded by 48 young powerhouses, I still couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for him. Me too. However, I didn't expect that senior brother Ling Tian would only use 1 sword to kill more than half of the 48 young powerhouses. Even though the remaining half didn't die, they were all crippled and no longer had the strength to fight. I've decided. This time, I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Senior brother Ling Tian will eat the meat, and I'll follow him. I only need to drink the soup. You're pretty smart, kid. Duan Lingtian had just put away the Devil Seal tablet and landed beside Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong when he heard these words. He could not help but smile wryly. The group of Blade Sect's disciples stood quietly at the side. Their eyes were also filled with reverence when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Could it be that I'm destined to be stepped on by you forever and never be able to surpass you? The gaze of a Saber Gate disciple landed on Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. It was precisely Long Yun. Long Yun, the Saber Young Master that was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had taken the vice-sect master of the Saber sect, Saber 5, as his master by chance, and he was able to advance by leaps and bounds in his path of cultivation. Later on, he even became eminent in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and competed with the young experts of the empires and dynasties all along the way to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Presently, he had already followed Saber 5 back to the House of Sabers in the Blades sect and had officially become a disciple of the House of Sabers. This time, he was one of the 20 young disciples from Blades sect who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Who would have imagined that the young man that revealed his extraordinary talent during the martial competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects a few years ago would have already grown to such an extent? Long Yun sighed and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. Let's go. When he saw that everyone's eyes were still on him, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and called out to them. Then, he took the lead and walked down the stone stairs at the side of the high platform. The moment Duan Lingtian made his move, Feng Tianwu followed closely behind him. Behind them were Huang Dainu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Instantly, the group of 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect's disciples followed one by one. The 5 Element Sect's disciples were led by Duan Lingtian. The Blade Sect's disciples were led by Feng Tianwu. The 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, followed behind. Their eyes were filled with a complicated expression as they looked at the purple-clad young man who was the leader. Once upon a time, the 2 brothers were the most dazzling young disciples of the 5 Element sect. However, ever since Duan Lingtian appeared, he had snatched away all the glory that originally belonged to them. If we don't work hard, I'm afraid we'll never be able to surpass him in this lifetime. Nangong Yi smiled wryly. Although Duan Lingtian had snatched away the glory that originally belonged to him, he did not feel any dissatisfaction toward Duan Lingtian because of this. This was because Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to snatch away his glory. He did not use any underhanded means. Perhaps, he had lost. However, he had lost wholeheartedly. In his opinion, if he wanted to reclaim his glory, he would have to surpass Duan Lingtian. At that time, the glory that originally belonged to him would naturally return as well. I will surpass him. Nangong Chen was still as taciturn as before. He was a man of few words. However, there was a hint of determination in his tone. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. It was apparent that the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, felt a great pressure because of Duan Lingtian's sudden rise. This pressure was something that they had never encountered before. At this moment, their martial Dao heart had been tempered to be even purer. At the same time, they had a common goal. They wanted to surpass Duan Lingtian. Between the 2 of us, whoever surpasses him first will be the big brother in the future. You don't have any objections, right? Nangong Yi looked at Nangong Chen and raised an eyebrow. He wanted to make a bet with Nangong Chen. Then, you'll have to wait to call me big brother. Nangong Chen's expression was cold as he said coolly. Just you wait. Nangong Yi muttered as his eyes gleamed. Currently, he was not as strong as Nangong Chen. Naturally, he knew this very well. The reason he made such a bet with Nangong Chen was to motivate himself to surpass Duan Lingtian head-on. Where would the motivation come from if there was no pressure? Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened between the 2 brothers. He also did not know that Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were using him as a benchmark to surpass their goal. It's getting darker. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu led the way as they led the group of 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect's disciples down the stone staircase. In front of them, the figures of the Empyrean Temple's disciples led by Xian Bei and the 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples gradually disappeared before their eyes, leaving behind only darkness. At some point in time, flames rose up. It was Feng Tianwu's body that rose explosively, illuminating the surroundings. However, there was a limit to the illumination. However, after the flames on Feng Tianwu's body lit up the surroundings, a ball of flames also rose from the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples. It was obvious that they were inspired by Feng Tianwu. After a while, a ball of flames also rose in front of the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and the two Sun-Moon sect's disciples. That was where the group of emotion-severing sect, led by Zhang Yan, was. With the emotion-severing sect, Empyrean Temple, and Sun-Moon sect's disciples leading the way, the Five-Element sect and Blade sect's disciples could not help but heave a sigh of relief as they followed behind at a moderate pace. How long is this stone staircase? An hour later, the stone staircase was still the same. They still did not reach the end. Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. A hint of doubt could be seen on his face. The emotion-severing sect's people are turning. One of the Five-Element sect's disciples exclaimed, waking Duan Lingtian up with a start. When Duan Lingtian heard it, he lifted his head and looked over. However, he noticed that the ball of flames in front of him was moving to the left. As for what was going on, it was impossible for him to see it clearly because they were too far away. After a while, the emotion-severing sect's people moved to the bottom left of Duan Lingtian and the others' line of sight. After a while, the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and the two Sun-Moon sect's disciples also turned to the left and followed them. As they moved closer, Duan Lingtian could see the end of the stone staircase through the flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body. Of course, it was only the end of the stone staircase in this direction. The stone staircase in front of them suddenly turned and led to the bottom left, opening up a new unknown path. Don't tell me there's no end to this stone staircase. Duan Lingtian and the others turned to the left and continued to walk down. Huang Daniu could not help but frown. We've been walking for more than an hour. They're speeding up. Before Huang Daniu could finish his sentence, he noticed that the ball of flames from the emotion-severing sect's people had suddenly sped up and flew forward. The Empyrean Temple's flames also sped up. Follow them. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He called out to the others and flew after them. Whoosh! 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 The Five-Element sects and Blade sect's disciples immediately followed them. On top of the magnificent door that led to the exit of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the upper echelons of the six major forces stood outside a layer of gray light shield. Their eyes were fixed on the gray light shield, trying to see through it and see what was going on inside. Early on, when Duan Lingtian was the first to pass through the gray light shield and arrive at the high platform, the gray light shield had become even darker, causing the people outside to be unable to see the situation inside clearly. So after Duan Lingtian entered, the people outside were completely unaware of what had happened inside. Sword 13, Saber 5. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian would join your Blade sect, yet I never imagined that he would join the Five-Element sect in the end. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, looked at the two middle-aged men nearby, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. Saber 5's face sank when he heard Ning Kan, and he said angrily, Ning Kan, you still have the nerve to say that? If it wasn't for your Skywolf Fort interfering that day, how could Duan Lingtian have suddenly gone missing? Sword 13's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Ning Kan's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wounds of their Blade sect. If it wasn't for the Skywolf Fort interfering that day with the intention of taking away Duan Lingtian, how could the subsequent events have occurred? How could Duan Lingtian have gone missing? All of you listen up. Once the group of little fellows come out from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, us two old fellows will have to make a trip to your Skywolf Fort and ask Azure Wolf to give us an explanation. Meanwhile, the sect master of the Blade sect grunted coldly, and his gaze that was like a blade flashed past the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. If Green Wolf can't give us a satisfactory explanation, I'm going to have to move my old bones a little. The sect master of the sword sect spoke with a low voice. They were already aware of the incident from a few months ago. But they didn't take it to heart at that time. As far as they were concerned at that time, there was utterly no need for them to shed all pretenses with the Skywolf Fort for a quasi-sword sect disciple that hadn't even joined the sect. But never had they imagined that it was this quasi-sword sect disciple that they didn't take seriously that possessed natural talent and comprehension ability that shocked even them. He wasn't even 30 years old, yet he killed a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who used a grade 2 spirit weapon and had comprehended 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch. Chapter 948. It was precisely because of the Skywolf Fort that such a young powerhouse who could be considered as a peerless monster did not manage to join their Blade sect and become their disciple. How could they not be angry? Upon hearing the words of the 2 sect leaders of Blade sect, the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort merely frowned. However, they were not bothered by it at all. If the 2 old fellows from Blade's sect could deal with the fort master of Skywolf Fort, their Skywolf Fort would not have been able to survive until now. The 4 major forces in the southern of the northern desert were evenly matched. None of the forces dared to declare war on another force. Unless they could guarantee that their own powerhouses would not be harmed, they would still be annihilated by the other 2 forces even if they managed to annihilate another force. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. The group of 5 element sect's senior officials, led by Guochong and Chiyu, stood quietly at the side. Looks like our 5 element sect is pretty lucky. Guochong, the sect leader of 5 element sect, could vaguely hear something from the conversation between the Blade sect and Skywolf Fort's senior officials. He could not help but laugh. Only now did he know that Duan Lingtian was preparing to join the Blade sect. It was all because of the trouble caused by the Skywolf Fort that Duan Lingtian managed to come to the eastern district of the northern desert by chance and joined their 5 element sect. This is the fate between our 5 element sect and him. Chiyu's eyes gleamed as a gentle smile crept up the corner of his mouth. The him that Chiyu was referring to was naturally Duan Lingtian. I hope that Duan Lingtian can surprise us. However, it doesn't matter even if they don't find the profundity fragment. With the 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced fire concept that you've comprehended, it's only a matter of time before you make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Guochong looked at Chiyu. His eyes gleamed brightly like the stars in the sky. Don't count on me. Chiyu shook his head. You should know that even if I really make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, I won't continue to stay in the northern desert. You should know what I yearn for. If it wasn't for the accident that happened 20 years ago, perhaps I wouldn't be in the northern desert now. When Chiyu reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with yearning as he looked toward the north. I thought you've already given up on leaving the northern desert and going to the central district of the Cloud Continent. I can't believe that you still want to go there. Guochong smiled bitterly. There was a hint of helplessness between his brows. There are some things that will never change. Chiyu muttered. After 10 hours, Duan Lingtian and the others finally reached the end of the stone staircase at the side of the high platform. The 10,000 element sects as well as the Skywolf sect as well as the black the platform was surrounded by black fog, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Sect. The young disciples from the various sects had a confused expression on their faces. Duan Lingtian's sect stood on the fort. He extended his spiritual energy in an attempt to spy on the situation behind the black fog. However, he discovered that there was an inscription formation that prevented his spiritual energy from getting closer. Welcome, young people from entrance number 2. All of a sudden, an old voice resonated from all directions. It clearly entered the ears of everyone, including Duan Lingtian's sect. At once, everyone felt as though they were struck by lightning. Duan Lingtian's sect was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. After looking around for a while, he confirmed it. It's the Polyphony Formation. The Polyphony Formation was an inscription formation that was similar to the voice transmission jade slip. Once the Polyphony Formation was set up, one would be able to condense one's voice into it. Once the Polyphony Formation was triggered, the voice would spread out and enter the ears of the people nearby. The owner of the voice earlier. Is he the powerhouse from Emperor Wu who left behind this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Duan Lingtian's sect took a deep breath. He could vaguely guess the identity of the other party. Who's there? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Show yourself if you're so capable. Many young disciples from various forces who were so frightened that their faces turned pale looked around and shouted hysterically. They wanted to use their voices to hide the fear in their hearts. There's no need to shout anymore. Other than us, there's no one else here. Hu Lin, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, said nonchalantly. Although his voice was not loud, it contained origin energy that overpowered the hysterical roars of the disciples from various forces. Huh. At once, the young disciples from various forces quieted down. Their eyes shifted to Hu Lin in unison. What did you say? You said that other than us, there's no one else here. The disciples from various forces looked at Hu Lin skeptically. It was obvious that they did not believe his words. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Duan Lingtian. I think he knows better than me what happened earlier. In the face of so many people's skeptical gazes, Hu Lin shrugged and looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted Duan Lingtian to clean up this mess. As the group of young disciples from the four major forces, Five Elements Sect, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect, looked at him, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention. Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Lin deeply. He did not expect this Sun Moon sect's disciple to have such an amazing observation skill. He knew that the reason why Hu Lin said that was definitely because he saw the realization on his face just now and saw something from it. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the group of young disciples and glanced at them one by one. He's right. Other than us, there's no one else here. The young disciples from the four major forces might not believe Hu Lin's words. However, they did not dare to question Duan Lingtian's words. If there's no one else here, then what was that voice earlier? That's right, we all heard it clearly. It was an old voice. It was obviously an old man talking to us. That old man seemed to be welcoming us. Although the young disciples from the four major forces did not dare to question Duan Lingtian, they still could not help but whisper to each other and voice out their doubts. Old man. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Do you think there's an old man who can enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure through the inscription formation at the entrance that tests one's age? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian continued, the voice earlier came from an inscription formation called the Polyphony Formation. The Polyphony Formation's principle is similar to the voice transmission jade slip. The latter requires a martial artist to use his origin energy to trigger it, and it can only be transmitted to one person's ear. The former, on the other hand, has many ways to trigger it. It can transmit the voice like a normal person speaking. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one breath, he added, although this polyphony formation isn't a complicated inscription formation, the spiritual energy it requires is extremely high. At the very least, it requires a spiritual energy above the martial emperor stage to be able to successfully inscribe and set it up. Polyphony formation. An inscription formation that can only be inscribed and set up by an Emperor Wu's inscription master. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the young disciples from the four major forces, including Feng Tianwu, Xian Bei, and Zhang Yan, were shocked. They were stunned and could not regain their senses for a long time. You know about the polyphony formation? Before the young disciples from the four major forces could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Sun Moon sect's disciple, Hu Lin, and asked curiously. "I've read about it in an ancient book before." Hu Lin nodded. At this moment, the young disciples from the four major forces regained their senses one by one. Since the Polyphony formation is an inscription formation left behind by an Emperor Wu's inscription master. Could the voice earlier be his voice? I guess it's very likely that he's the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. No wonder he said we're welcome. The young disciples from the four major forces discussed among themselves. Soon, they came to an answer. The owner of the voice earlier was the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. Welcome. Young people from entrance number 2. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, that old and aged voice once again sounded from all directions, clearly entering the ears of everyone present. This time, everyone who was mentally prepared did not lose their composure like before. However, among the various forces, there were still some female disciples who were more timid. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly and were on the verge of collapsing. Entrance number 2. This time, many people began to chew on the words. They confirmed one thing from the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. That Emperor Wu powerhouse said that we're the young people from entrance number 2. Don't tell me there are other young people from entrance number 1, entrance number 3, entrance number 4, and entrance number 5 in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Huang Daniu's eyes widened as he questioned with a horrified expression on his face. When Huang Daniu's voice entered the ears of the young disciples from the major forces, most of them felt as though they were struck by lightning. Initially, they thought they were the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Moreover, many of them were killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. Therefore, they should be able to obtain a lot of benefits from it. However, they realized that the young disciples from the 6 major forces were not the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Apart from the entrance that they came from, there were other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This could be deduced from the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse earlier. What should we do? There are actually other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I wonder how strong are the young powerhouses who came from other entrances. There shouldn't be any young powerhouses from second-rate forces who came in, right? One of the Blade sect's disciples gasped as he muttered to himself. His voice was not loud and did not contain any origin energy. However, it was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent atmosphere. Everyone heard what he said. Chapter 949. That was right. Since there might be other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they would definitely be discovered by other people as well. Once they were discovered, the news would definitely spread. At that time, the other forces near the entrance would definitely send in young disciples below the age of 40 to search for the treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure would tempt even the second-rate forces. The second-rate forces were much more powerful than the third-rate forces they were in. They even had martial monarch powerhouses in their ranks. In such a force, there would definitely be no lack of talented young disciples with monstrous comprehension. The overall strength of those young disciples would definitely surpass them. After all, they were only disciples from third-rate forces at most. Not only that, this time, it was not just the young disciples from the second-rate forces who came in. Even if it was the young disciples from the other third-rate forces who came in from the other entrances, they would still feel pressured. This was because it meant that there would be another group of people who would want to share the loot with them. The young disciples from the second-rate forces were generally stronger than them. If they encountered them, they would only be tortured. They would not be able to win or win. In the end, they would only end up empty-handed. Not only that, they might not even end up empty-handed. Who knew if there would be a ruthless person among the young disciples from the second-rate forces who would kill them indiscriminately the moment they saw them? The moment they thought of this, most of the disciples from the various forces felt pressured. Perhaps, among the group of disciples from our five-element sect, only senior brother Ling Tian is not afraid of the young disciples from the second-rate forces. Even senior brother Chen, senior brother Yi, and senior brother Daniu would be at a disadvantage if they encounter the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces. One of the five-element sect's disciples took a deep breath. His gaze first landed on Duan Ling Tian before it swept past Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, and Huang Daniu. The other five-element sect's disciples agreed with this five-element sect's disciple. They had seen senior brother Ling Tian's strength before. They believed that even the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces might not be a match for their senior brother Ling Tian. What are you afraid of? Anyway, I've already decided that I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. With senior brother Ling Tian around, even if we can't get too many treasures, we can at least keep our lives. Very soon, some of the five-element sect's disciples locked their gazes on Duan Ling Tian as they spoke with a determined look on their faces. I also want to follow senior brother Ling Tian. Although the treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure are good, they are far less important than my own life. Of course. If the treasure is gone, at most it will be a pity for a while, but if you lose your life, then you will have nothing left. Life is more important than anything else. I've decided that I will also follow senior brother Ling Tian. The group of five-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. At the same time, they looked at the purple-clad young man nearby, Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was standing there and looking around as though he was observing something. At the same time, other than the two remaining disciples from Sun Moon sect, the group of Blade sect's disciples began to approach Feng Tianwu, wanting to seek protection from Feng Tianwu. The Empyrean Temple's disciples also followed Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple. Right now, there were only 8 people left from the emotion-severing sect. Zhang Yan stood there with a calm expression on his face. His mood was not affected at all by the fact that there were other entrances to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Qi Feng, Qin Ran, and the other 5 emotion-severing sect's disciples followed Zhang Yan closely. Zhang Yan was not afraid, but it did not mean that they were not afraid as well. Elder brother Duan. When Feng Tianwu saw Duan Ling Tian frowning, a hint of doubt appeared on her delicate face. She vaguely realized that her elder brother Duan might have noticed something. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, who were not far away, also noticed that something was amiss. Duan Ling Tian, what's wrong? Huang Daniu asked loudly. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. Huang Daniu's voice was like a clap of thunder. At once, it attracted the attention of the young disciples from various forces. Their eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian in unison. The rest of us. I'm afraid we'll have to walk on our own in the future. Duan Ling Tian's furrowed brows relaxed as he said slowly. Huh? The moment they heard Duan Ling Tian's words, everyone was confused. They could not make heads or tails of it. At this moment, the old voice continued to sound. Little fellows who came from entrance number 2. As long as you enter the surrounding black fog, you'll be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure in no time. In Emperor Wu's secret treasure, there's a lot of wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life. The most precious thing is none other than the 5 monarch stage profundity fragments. On top of that, there's a palace in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that I left behind. That's where I'll be resting when I die. The wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life has been scattered all over the Emperor Wu's secret realm. You'll have to search for it yourself if you want to obtain it. The only thing you'll be able to obtain from the place where I'll be resting is the 2 monarch stage profundity fragments and the Emperor stage profundity fragment in my body. The old voice stopped abruptly when it reached this point. At this moment, all the young disciples from various forces, including Duan Ling Tian, were stunned. Their eyes narrowed as they shone brightly. 8 profundity fragments? Did I hear that right? Huang Daniu sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself in disbelief. You didn't hear it wrong. It's indeed 8 profundity fragments. 7 monarch stage profundity fragments and 1 emperor stage profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong shook his head and said blankly. At this moment, he looked like he had lost his soul. Nobody knew where his heart had flown to. Emperor stage profundity fragment? What's that? Feng Tianwu frowned. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. The profundities that martial monarch powerhouses master are usually the monarch stage profundity. If a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse wants to break through to the Emperor Wu stage, he must first comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. The Emperor stage profundity is the pass for a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse to enter the Emperor Wu stage. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's question, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu as he replied to Feng Tianwu. The significance of the Emperor stage profundity to a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse was similar to the significance of the void transformation concept to a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist and the significance of the monarch stage profundity to a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist. If he didn't comprehend it, it would be difficult for him to break through to the next realm. If a 9th-level void transformation powerhouse hasn't comprehended the monarch stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. In that case, if a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse hasn't comprehended the emperor stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Duan Lingtian explained word by word. Naturally, he had obtained this information from the rebirth martial emperor's memories. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused an uproar. When the people present heard about the emperor stage profundity fragment in the message left behind by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, they guessed that it was related to the Emperor Wu powerhouse. However, when they found out about the emperor stage profundity fragment's specific function, they could not help but gasp. Then, does this mean that the Emperor stage profundity fragment is more precious than the Monarch stage profundity fragment? Huang Daniu's breathing quickened as he panted heavily. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he could not calm down for a long time. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and said solemnly, the difficulty of a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse to break through to the Emperor Wu stage is more than 100 times harder than a 9th-level void transformation martial artist to break through to the martial monarch stage. The reason for this is that it's difficult for them to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. However, if there's an Emperor stage profundity fragment that's suitable for them, they can use it to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity and achieve the cultivation base of the Emperor Wu stage, becoming an Emperor Wu powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but feel excited. His eyes shone brightly. The Emperor stage profundity fragment. He had to admit that he was tempted. The message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse said that as long as we enter the surrounding black fog, we'll enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. A disciple from an unknown force said. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes fell on the black fog surrounding the platform they were on. Let's go. Zhang Yan ordered. He led Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and the other 5 emotion-severing sex disciples and flew into the black fog surrounding the platform. In just a blink of an eye, the 8 emotion-severing sex disciples, including Zhang Yan, disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian, I'll go in first as well. At this moment, Xian Bei nodded at Duan Lingtian. After greeting Duan Lingtian, he flew into the surrounding black fog. Behind him, the 19 Empyrean Temple's disciples, including O Chen, followed like shadows. After the 2 Sun-Moon sex disciples nodded at Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner, they also flew into the black fog. Duan Lingtian, you've killed so many Sun-Moon sex disciples. However, these 2 fellows don't seem to hate you at all. Not only that, but they even greeted you in such a friendly manner. Huang Daniu looked in the direction where the two sun-moon sect's disciples left. He could not help but feel surprised. They're smart people. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I admit that. If they weren't smart, I'm afraid they would have been cut into 2 or 3 pieces like the other sun-moon sect's disciples. When Huang Daniu recalled the scene where Duan Lingtian made his move on the high platform earlier, he could still feel chills running down his spine. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian, who was usually gentle and humble, would have such a bloodthirsty side to him? At that time, Duan Lingtian was like an Asura who had crawled out of purgatory. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river and bodies piled up like a mountain. Elder brother Duan, let's go in together. Chapter 950. Perhaps. We can't go in together. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Feng Tianwu's greeting. Why? Feng Tianwu was stunned. Her beautiful face was filled with puzzlement. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples and Blade Sect's disciples, including Huang Daniu, also looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. They did not know what Duan Lingtian meant by his words. I've investigated the surrounding black fog. There are numerous illusory inscription formations within it, and the number of them is beyond my imagination. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the surrounding black fog with dread. He muttered, there's only one function of these inscription formations. It's to separate the people who enter and scatter them in every corner of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it was only natural that he knew the meaning of the inscription formations in the black fog. This was because there were similar inscription formations in some of the games that the reincarnation Emperor Wu played in the past. The main purpose was to separate the people who were gathered together and scatter them in different places to undergo the cruel test of survival. The weak were prey to the strong, and only the fittest would survive. Only those who survived in the end would be rewarded. Oh, I see. Feng Tianwu finally understood. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled wryly. Originally, I wanted to stay by your side to be more secure. But now, it seems like my plan is going to be ruined. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, 2 figures flew out like the wind and entered the black fog around the platform in a flash. Their figures disappeared. It's Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi. One of the 5 Element Sect's disciples exclaimed. Let's go. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and strode out toward the black fog around the platform. He was ready to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong followed him. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something. The group of 5 Element Sect disciples and Saber Sect disciples did not seem to believe Xiao Chen. They just followed the 5 of them, making Xiao Chen feel helpless. These fellows. Did they really think that I was lying to them? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he did not say much. As long as a group of people entered the black fog, they would naturally know that everything he said was true. After a short while, the group of people led by Duan Lingtian walked toward the black fog surrounding the platform in a mighty manner. Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the black fog, and his figure disappeared. Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong followed closely behind. Behind the 4 of them, the group of disciples from 5 Elements Sect and Blade Sect followed suit. All of them entered the black fog, completely disappearing from sight. For a moment, the vast platform that was surrounded by black fog became empty and devoid of human habitation. After Duan Lingtian entered the black fog, he only saw a flash before his eyes. Then, he discovered that he was alone on a vast grassland. The grassland was beautiful and lush with greenery. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Head northwest. At the end of the grassland, you'll find the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, an old voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. It was none other than the message left by the Emperor Wu Powerhouse, who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It seems like the inscription formations in the black fog that can create illusions are more or less accompanied by some polyphony formations. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian knew that everything before his eyes was an illusion, he also knew that he had to follow the message left by the Emperor Wu Powerhouse. Only then would he be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At this moment, he, who was in the illusion, was destined to part ways with the others and go his own way. I should be able to fly here, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment the thought left his mind, he tried to step into the air. With a leap, his entire body rose into the air. As expected. After discovering that this place was not shrouded by the flight-prohibiting formation, Duan Lingtian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although it was not a problem for him to run across such a vast grassland, it was much more strenuous than flying. As expected of the illusion created by the inscription formation inscribed and set up by the Emperor Wu Powerhouse. It's really sturdy. When Duan Lingtian flew out, he could not help but extend his spiritual energy out in an attempt to shake the illusion that he was in. However, in the end, he discovered that the illusion did not budge at all. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. That was an inscription formation set up by the Emperor Wu Powerhouse. If he could really shake it, he would be shocked instead. There shouldn't be any test in this illusion, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he muttered to himself. Soon after flying out for a short while, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Looks like I really jinxed it. There's actually some offensive inscription formations mixed in with this inscription formation that created the illusion. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian smiled wryly, a gust of violent wind suddenly rose in the air that he flew past. The vast violent wind swept across the sky and swept towards Duan Lingtian. The violent wind raged, and the corporeal green wind blades followed like shadows as they swept towards him from all directions. It was as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. Whoosh! After his spiritual energy stretched out and sensed the strength of these violent winds and wind blades, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of these violent winds and wind blades was at most comparable to a 5th or 6th level void transformation stage martial artist that had comprehended 5th or 6th level intermediate wind concept, and they were unable to form any threat to him. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he punched out with his full strength, and it was like a rock shattering the heavens. Bang! 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 Instantly, a wave of explosive sounds that were like thunderclaps resounded out without end, and it flashed through the sky and shook the hearts of others. Bang! An enormous bang exploded out, and it was Duan Lingtian's punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons that collided with the violent winds and wind blades that followed the violent winds like a cannonball. The strength of a first-level void transformation stage martial artist and his origin energy exploded out was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Second-level advanced wind concept was comparable to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. When 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts were combined together, it was similarly the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. When such a formidable force swept out, it easily crushed the violent winds and wind blades, causing them to completely vanish before Duan Lingtian. Bang! 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 After crushing the violent winds and wind blades that covered the sky, the force that gushed out from Duan Lingtian's fist didn't reduce in the slightest as it tore through the sky, and it once again gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions. When the force completely vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes, the surrounding space finally returned to calm. Satisfying. Duan Lingtian, who swung out a punch with his full strength, spat out a mouthful of foul air to his heart's content. He didn't hold back in the slightest in the punch from before, and his origin energy exploded out as 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows, causing the hot blood in his entire body to boil. Let's go. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian continued to fly towards the direction that Emperor Wu's powerhouse left behind, which was the northwest direction, and he headed towards the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was continuously disturbed by some offensive inscription formations. However, before his domineering strength, the energy that stretched out from those inscription formations was completely destroyed by his punch. There was no surprise at all. Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts, 1 2nd-level void transformation concept, and his cultivation base had broken through to the 1st-level void transformation stage. He was simply like an invincible ferocious beast that rampaged all the way in this illusory realm. I wonder how the others are doing. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian still hadn't entered the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure, and he couldn't help but think of the others because he was bored. He knew that the others must be in the same situation and experience as he was. The purpose of this inscription formation's existence is to put me in a corner of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I've been traveling at full speed for 10 days, but I still haven't arrived at my destination. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. However, he also knew that he had no other choice but to travel obediently. Only then would he be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The northern desert, starting from the central area all the way to the northern area, formed 2 different worlds from the western, southern, and eastern areas of the northern desert. In the latter area, the third-rate forces could be considered as the strongest. In the former area, which was the central area and northern area of the northern desert, there were 3 powerful forces. They were also the 3 giants of the northern desert. These 3 colossi were all second-rate forces without exception. All the second-rate forces on Cloud Continent were forces that had as many experts as the clouds. Most importantly, they had martial monarchs holding down the fort, and it was far from something a third-rate force could compare to. There was a Hengduan mountain range at the border between the central area and northern area of the northern desert. It was uninhabited all year round, and very few people came here. However, there were many people here today. Whoosh! 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 Swift figures came from the north and flew across the sky. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived above the Hengduan mountain range. There were a total of 11 people in total. The person in the lead was an old man with a cold expression and a thin body. The old man was dressed in gray, and when he flew across the sky, a gust of wind began to flow in front of him. One could see how profound the old man's cultivation base was. Behind the old man in gray, there were 8 young men and 2 young women. They all had one thing in common, and that was they did not look more than 40 years old. Supreme Elder, are we late? Behind the old man in gray, a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes who was dressed in green could not help but ask. He was carrying a sheathed longsword on his back. It's only a few hours. It's all right. The old man in gray shook his head. He did not seem to care at all. After a while, the old man in gray dove down and brought the 10 young men and women into the Hengduan mountain range. They landed in the sky above a valley. Chapter 951. We thought you wouldn't come, old fart. When the gray-clad old man appeared with 10 young men and women, the 2 old men in the sky above the valley reacted. One of them looked at the gray-clad old man and said nonchalantly, "Humph. Since you 2 old farts are here, why wouldn't I be here?" The gray-clad old man snorted and looked down at the valley. The ground in the middle of the valley was covered by a deep gray light shield, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. "All of you, go in." The gray-clad old man's cloudy eyes lit up, and his voice was majestic. Yes. As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, the 10 young men and women flew out and fell toward the gray light shield. In the next moment, 7 young men and 2 young women passed through the gray light shield and disappeared before the eyes of the 3 old men. Only a young man who looked to be in his 40s was left. He landed on the gray light shield and was completely blocked. At the same time, the gray light shield trembled. You hid your real age? The gray-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The other 2 old men could not help but frown. Before the young man could react, the air around his body swayed as though it had been sucked away. Bang! A loud sound reverberated, and the young man's body exploded without any warning. He turned into a rain of blood and completely disappeared from this world. A man over the age of 40 wants to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure. How naive. One of the other 2 old men could not help but sneer. In the sky above the vast plain. Whoosh! A bolt of purple lightning streaked across the sky, heading towards the northwest direction. It's almost been a month, and we still haven't reached the end of this plain. The person who was traveling in the sky above the plain was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows were tightly knitted together, and a hint of confusion could be seen on his face. With my speed. Such a long time is enough for me to return to the 5 Elements sect in the southern of the northern desert. The real Emperor Wu's secret treasure hasn't arrived yet. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. How big is the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that the Emperor Wu powerhouse opened? It can't be bigger than the northern desert, right? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was a little scared. The Martial Emperor's secret treasure was an underground project. It was located in the underground of the northern desert. If it covered a larger area than the northern desert, it would undoubtedly be spread all over the northern desert. Once it collapsed, the entire northern desert would experience a huge earthquake. 3 days later. Is that the end of the grassland? Duan Lingtian, who was running all the way and gradually became a little numb, saw the black fog that appeared in the distance in front of him with just a glance. It separated the grassland. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw the black fog. He knew that he had reached the end of the grassland. As long as he entered the black fog, he would arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret realm. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian increased his speed. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew into the black fog. After entering the black fog, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black. After flying for a while, a small light spot appeared in the pitch-black environment. Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian knew that the small light spot must be the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. What he needed to do now was to pass through it and arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Ordinary pills and spirit weapons are not attractive to me at all. The small light spot continued to enlarge in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, unless there's some special treasure. I'm only interested in the profundity fragment. As soon as the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was a cave entrance that could accommodate 1 person. The other side of the cave entrance was as bright as day. Enter. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew through the cave entrance. Almost at the same time, the message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse entered Duan Lingtian's ears again. Remember this place. Apart from being the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, this place is also the exit for you to leave the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When you pass through the cave entrance, the inscription formation at the cave entrance will record your aura. From this moment onward, only you can enter and exit this cave entrance. The message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse came to an abrupt end at this point. I'm the only one who can enter and exit this cave entrance. Duan Lingtian could not help but turn around to look at the cave entrance behind him. The other side of the cave entrance was gray, and it seemed to have merged with the surrounding cave walls. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to discover its existence at all. After searching through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian soon found out the principle of the inscription formation. It was similar to a spatial ring that had recognized its owner. Unless the owner died, it would not recognize a second owner. However, the inscription formation that covered the cave entrance was slightly different. Even if the owner died, it would not allow a second person to enter and exit. In other words, after I obtain enough benefits from the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I can only leave through this cave entrance. It's the same for the others. Each of them has their own cave entrance, and I can only leave from there. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized what was going on. After he realized what was going on, he began to look at his surroundings. All he saw was an empty cave. It was as though someone had forcefully hollowed it out. Although this was an underground cave, there was no lack of light. It was as though it was daytime. There should be an inscription formation that was inscribed and set up using the luminous pearl as the material. Duan Lingtian could easily guess the reason. The cave was huge. The surface area was as big as a standard football field on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life. There were a total of 4 exits that led to 4 different directions. Duan Lingtian searched the cave for a while. After he did not find any treasures, he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found himself in another cave. The difference between this cave and the previous one was like the difference between a hall and a room. There were only 4 exits in the previous cave. However, standing in this cave, Duan Lingtian could see more than 10 different exits that led to more than 10 different places. This place. It's like a maze. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. Then, he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Duan Lingtian did not stop as he traveled. After an hour, not only did Duan Lingtian not find any treasures, he did not even see a shadow of a person. Moreover, he did not encounter any danger. There's no offensive inscription formation. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian flew into a bigger cave. This cavern looked like an empty training ground. Duan Lingtian stood inside and looked around the cavern. For a moment, he felt that he was so tiny. Huh! Suddenly, as though he noticed something, Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the top of the cave in the middle. There was an exquisite box that was embedded there. Half of it was exposed. I finally found it. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although he was not sure if he would be interested in the item in the exquisite box, it was still the first treasure he found after entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was a good start. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew out with the intention of taking the exquisite box. However, as soon as he was in mid-air, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically as though he had noticed something. He moved his body and retreated in a hurry. He turned into a purple lightning and returned to the place where he was standing earlier. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a khaki-colored lightning flashed across the sky and pierced through the air where Duan Lingtian was standing. It set off a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds. In the end, the khaki-colored lightning landed on the ground and disappeared. All that was left was a bottomless hole that looked like it was pierced by a sharp arrow. Duan Lingtian gasped, and he broke out in cold sweat from fright. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, his head would have been pierced through. Rumble. 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 Just when Duan Lingtian was still in shock, a series of loud noises resonated in his ears. At the same time, he felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. The entire cave began to shake as though the ground was shaking. *T. Extending his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian immediately noticed that the aura of many inscription formations around him began to fluctuate violently. It was obvious that they had been activated. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he noticed this. After a while, waves of vast khaki-colored energy rose from the ground all over the cave. It gradually solidified and transformed into khaki-colored puppets. Not long after, hundreds of khaki-colored puppets appeared. Their eyes flickered with a khaki-colored flame. They immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and locked onto Duan Lingtian. How extravagant! Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the hundreds of khaki-colored puppets that appeared before him. Through the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew. Each of the khaki-colored puppets before him had an earth concept fragment in their bodies. That was one of the sources of their energy. Naturally, their energy did not only consist of earth concept but also origin energy. In their bodies, there were more or less inscription formations formed by origin stones that provided them with origin energy. It allowed them to fuse the earth concept and origin energy together like ordinary martial artists to fight their enemies. These puppets are different from the earth puppets I encountered in the Sword Monarch's treasure. It's difficult for the latter to use the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. However, the former can completely unleash the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. Duan Lingtian looked solemnly at the hundreds of puppets that surrounded him. He knew very well that he was facing a group of people whose strength was not inferior to a void transformation martial artist. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 952. Boom! Soon after, one of the khaki puppets stomped on the ground and dashed towards Duan Lingtian like the wind. Milky white origin energy soared from its body before it merged with the earth concept that soared up. It transformed into a rolling khaki energy that coiled around its body and helped it raise its speed to the limit. Whoosh! At the same time, 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above the khaki puppet before another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level Void Interpretation Stage Origin Energy. 1st level Advance Earth Concept. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Earlier, he was really worried that the group of puppets before him had 7th level Earth Concept fragments or above in their bodies. If that was the case, then he was bound to be unlucky today. The khaki energy that suffused the body of the puppet that charged towards Duan Lingtian quickly resonated with the earth. At this moment, there was no distinction between them. Whoosh! In the sky, another 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They can actually borrow the earth energy with their earth concept. Apart from the fact that they don't have intelligence and can't use spirit weapons, what's the difference between them and human martial artists? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he stared blankly at the 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that pounced towards him. Whoosh! At the same time, the khaki puppet arrived before Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that it was not affected by its seemingly cumbersome body at all. It swept its fist out and smashed towards Duan Lingtian's head like a cannonball that was shot out from a barrel. The puppet's fist was coiled with waves of vast khaki energy that rolled out. It was earth-shattering, and the air was compressed to the point it set off a wave of ear-piercing air explosions. Boom! 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 The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons swept out along with the continuous air explosions. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Duan Lingtian and was about to descend onto Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian, who had been accumulating strength since a long time ago, met the attack with his fist fearlessly. His origin energy exploded out, and 4 types of concepts followed like shadows. The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons swept out. Bang! As Duan Lingtian's fist and the puppet's fist collided, a loud sound reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving. Duan Lingtian, the puppet's fist, Duan Lingtian. The Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, the puppet crashed to the ground and transformed into a pile of rubble. A yellow fragment was mixed in the rubble, and it was particularly conspicuous. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian Duan Lingtian. Although this first-level Earth concept fragment was of no use to him, it was still a concept fragment after all. Its value was extraordinary, and it might be of use to him in the future. So strong. The person hiding in the corner of the cave was a young man in blue clothes. He witnessed the scene of Duan Lingtian destroying the puppet with one punch, and his face couldn't help but change greatly. That puppet could exert the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons if it used all its strength. But it was still destroyed by his punch in a head-on collision. He's a disciple of the North Nether sect. When did such a person appear in the Dark North sect? The blue-clothed young man took a deep breath. There was a hint of fear between his brows. At the same time, he secretly guessed the identity of the purple-clothed young man in front of him. Looks like I can only wait for him to be besieged by the remaining puppets before I can retrieve the box that contains the treasure. Otherwise, once he discovers me, I'll definitely die. The blue-clothed youth made up his mind. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. After killing one of the puppets, he turned his attention to the remaining puppets. At this moment, the remaining group of puppets also began to move. Whoosh! 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 Just when Duan Lingtian was tensed up, a group of puppets charged at him from all directions. Their speed was as fast as the puppet that was destroyed by Duan Lingtian earlier. Moreover, among these puppets, there were many existences whose strength far surpassed that puppet. Whoosh! 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 Along with the group of hundreds of puppets that surrounded Duan Lingtian were tens of thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at him from all directions. The khaki-colored flames in the eyes of the puppets soared and raged as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were going to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew that there was only one direct method to deal with these puppets that didn't possess human intelligence, and that was to completely annihilate them. Only in this way would he be able to deal with the danger before him. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that emitted waves of destructive aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Although the strongest puppet among the group of puppets that pounced at him only had the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons after borrowing the earth energy, the strength of the strongest puppet was only comparable to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. However, the problem was that he was not facing one or two puppets, but over 100 puppets. Perhaps the strength of these puppets could not be combined, but once they covered the sky and covered the earth as they descended towards him, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. What he needed to do now was to charge out of the encirclement and destroy these puppets separately. If he were to go head-on with them, then he would definitely be courting death. Bang! 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 Over 100 puppets pounced at Duan Lingtian and punched out in unison, causing the air to be compressed and set off a wave of noise and ear-piercing explosions that continued without end for a long time. Moreover, at the same time that the explosions spread out, the airflow in the air was swiftly compressed, causing waves of invisible airwaves to surge out and set off a wave of vast gales that blew dust all over the cavern. 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash. Faced with the encirclement of over 100 puppets, Duan Lingtian, who was already prepared since the beginning, looked straight to the side and flashed out. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook, and a vast energy swept out through it. Instantly, 3 material divine dragons whistled out. 3 pairs of eyes flashed brilliantly as they shot out 6 extreme flashes that blasted 6 puppets to death. As soon as the 6 puppets fell, a small gap appeared in the encirclement. Whirlwind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind and was blown out rapidly, dodging the encirclement of the group of puppets. However, after he left the encirclement, the group of puppets still chased after him. Although they did not have spiritual intelligence, they seemed to regard Duan Lingtian as an enemy that they would not rest until he was dead. It was as though they would not stop until Duan Lingtian was dead. Humph. Duan Lingtian, who had rushed out of the encirclement, snorted coldly in the face of over 100 puppets that were attacking him. His body moved like the wind, and in the next moment, he flashed toward more than 10 puppets that were not far away. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Sword Drawing Art. Every time Duan Lingtian swung the sword in his hand, either 3 divine dragons would surge out and shoot out 6 extreme flashes, or it would transform into a bolt of lightning and destroy a puppet. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, he'll definitely be able to slaughter all the remaining puppets. The blue-clad young man who was hiding in the corner gritted his teeth and made up his mind. When the blue-clad young man saw that Duan Lingtian's attention was not on the ceiling in the middle of the cavern, he took a deep breath and flew out. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed toward the ceiling of the cavern. Duan Lingtian, who was one-sidedly crushing and destroying the group of puppets, was completely immersed in the battle. Naturally, he did not notice that someone had appeared, let alone that someone was going to take the exquisite box in the middle of the cavern. That exquisite box was the box that contained the treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. The 100 puppets that Duan Lingtian was facing now were the test that he had to go through in order to obtain the treasure. Now that Duan Lingtian was facing the test here, someone was secretly trying to take the treasure away. Whoosh! 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 The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out like a bolt of lightning and like a venomous serpent. Every single time it flashed out, it would easily destroy one or a few puppets, and not a single puppet was able to survive under his sword. Boom! 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 After their companions were killed, the puppets that did not have intelligence continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian without any fear. They would not rest until they were dead. However, without exception, there was only destruction in their end. At the same time, the blue-clad young man's figure had already approached the top of the cavern. He reached out at lightning speed and took the exquisite box that was embedded in the top of the cavern. A brilliant smile appeared on the blue-clad young man's face as he looked at the exquisite box in his hand. He had succeeded. After he fought with his life on the line and killed all the puppets, he'll only find out that the treasure has been taken away by someone else. I think he'll be so angry that he'll vomit more than 3 liters of blood, right? The blue-clad young man thought to himself as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with a smug expression on his face. However, when he looked over, he was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was because he noticed that when he took the exquisite box from the top of the cavern, the puppets that were charging toward the purple-clad young man stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look at him. The khaki flames in their eyes continued to rise as though they were declaring their anger. Run! When the blue-clad young man saw that the group of puppets was about to give up on the purple-clad young man and charge toward him, horror dawned on his face. He did not dare to hesitate as he moved his body and fled into the distance. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the blue-clad young man made his move, the remaining khaki puppets gave up on Duan Lingtian and chased after him. What's going on? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned by the actions of the group of puppets. He instinctively turned his head to look at them. With just a glance, a layer of frost appeared on his face. You want to take something that belongs to me, Duan Lingtian? Chapter 953. Whoosh! The blue-clad young man's speed was very fast. As he fled, 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head. They were as fast as the wind. First-level void transformation martial artist. He had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Is it someone who came in from another entrance? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He quickly overtook the group of khaki puppets and easily arrived behind the blue-clad young man. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved again and caught up to the blue-clad young man. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook and turned into a flash of lightning. The sword whistled briefly. Cough! The blue-clad young man did not even have time to react when a clear sword mark appeared on his throat. As he coughed, the sword mark opened and blood spurted out. Boom! 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 Subsequently, the blue-clad young man fell to the ground along with the box that contained the treasure. He flew out from the inertia and only came to a stop after his body brushed against the ground for dozens of meters. At the same time, the exquisite box fell to the ground and opened with a "pa" sound. A fragment that was emitting a deep khaki energy appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Earth Profundity Fragment. Duan Lingtian, who had just caught up, could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the fragment. He raised his hand anxiously and used his origin energy to pull the fragment from the exquisite box into his hand. *T. Almost at the same time when he held the fragment in his hand, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and sensed a familiar aura from the box. It was the aura of an inscription formation. Congratulations, young man. This 7th-level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment is yours. The martial monarch's voice resonated from the exquisite box. His voice spread far and wide with a terrifying penetrating force. It's actually an improved polyphony formation. Duan Lingtian frowned. Even if the polyphony formation was activated, the sound would only spread to a radius of 100 meters. However, the improved polyphony formation had a terrifying penetrating power. It could spread the sound to a distance of 10,000 meters in a short period of time and enter the ears of everyone within 10,000 meters. That Emperor Wu must have done it on purpose. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. As for the purpose, it was none other than to make it too easy for the person who obtained the treasure. Boom! 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 Unknowingly, the remaining dozens of earthen yellow puppets had caught up and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Their stone fists pierced through the air and smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly cold, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash and the sword drawing art, instantly annihilating a small portion of the puppets. Kill! As Duan Lingtian's eyes filled with killing intent, the remaining puppets all died at his hands. When all the puppets fell to the ground, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows as though he had sensed something. Whoosh! 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 3 silhouettes ran from 3 different directions and arrived near Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. They came to a halt and revealed their true identities. The 3 young men looked at each other before their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. 7th-level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. 3 pairs of eyes shot out, 3 burning and greedy gazes as they focused on Duan Lingtian. They completely ignored the puppets that had turned into rocks all over the place. They did not even notice the blue-clad young man's body that was completely crushed by the rocks. Hand over the profundity fragment you obtained. Otherwise, die. Among the three young men, the young man who had a cold expression glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said coolly. Although the other two young men did not say anything, they were also glaring at the fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand that was shining with khaki energy. They knew that it was the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. The martial monarch's voice came from afar and entered their ears. They had followed the voice and rushed over immediately. They're not the ones who came in with me. Duan Lingtian glanced at the three young men who surrounded him. He immediately realized that they were not the ones who came in from entrance number 2 with him. Which entrance did you come in from? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly with a gleam in his eyes. Entrance number 1. The young man who had a cold expression on his face answered. Entrance number 1. Duan Lingtian came to a realization and asked again, are all of you from the northern desert as well? Are you from the northern desert as well? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the other young man raised an eyebrow and questioned him in a condescending tone. He was not courteous at all. Duan Lingtian did not care about the other party's tone. Now, he had confirmed the other party's origin from the other party's words. Do all of you want this profundity fragment? Duan Lingtian weighed the fragment in his hand and asked calmly. Of course. The young man who questioned Duan Lingtian earlier shouted as if it was a matter of course. But there are 3 of you. Who should I give this profundity fragment to? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them and asked curiously. No matter who you give it to, you have to hand it over first. The words of the stern-faced young man were filled with an unquestionable tone. Then who should I give it to? Duan Lingtian asked again. Leave it to me. The young man who questioned Duan Lingtian earlier said. I have no objections. The young man who had remained silent all this while also chimed in. The minority obeys the majority. The young man in front looked at the young man with a cold expression and said with a smile. Humph. Don't think that I don't know that all of you are Izumo sect's disciples. The Izumo movement skill that all of you displayed when you came in has already exposed your identities. The young man with a cold expression said in disdain. Then, does this mean that you're from North Nether sect? The 2 young men who were echoing each other earlier shifted their gazes to the young man with a cold expression and asked in a deep voice. That's right. The latter nodded and did not deny it. When our Izumo sect and Anika sect came in, your North Nether sect was nowhere to be seen. I can't believe that all of you actually made it in time. The Izumo sect's disciple who spoke rudely sneered. Izumo sect. Anika sect. North Nether sect. When Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between the 2 young men, his eyes narrowed immediately. Before he left the 5-element sect, he had never heard of these 3 sections. However, during the 1 month he spent traveling to the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in the southwest of the northern desert after leaving the 5-element sect, he had learned a lot about the northern desert from Huang Dainyu and Chen Wei. In the northern desert, other than the eastern, southern, and western regions, there were a bunch of third-rate forces that ruled supreme. In the central area of the northern desert and the northern area of the northern desert, there were 3 powerful second-rate forces. They were sects that had existed for thousands of years. Izumo sect in the central region of the northern desert. North Nether sect in the northern region of the northern desert. Other than these 2 sects, there was another sect that was located at the intersection of the central and northern regions of the northern desert. It was Anika sect. They're from Izumo sect and North Nether sect. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as realization dawned on him. No wonder they're so powerful. As it turns out, they're young powerhouses from second-rate forces. Senior Brother Su, why are we wasting our breath on him? Let's kill him first and then snatch the profundity fragment from that boy. Another Izumo sect's disciple suggested. All right. The moment the Izumo sect's disciple who was addressed as Senior Brother Su heard this, his eyes lit up. He immediately flew out and charged toward the North Nether sect's disciple who had a cold expression on his face. The other Izumo sect's disciple followed closely behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! One of them used a sword while the other used a saber. They unleashed their full strength the moment they made their move. They attacked the North Nether sect's disciple who stood motionless in the distance as though he was scared silly. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of their heads, displaying their full strength. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists. When their origin energy exploded, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Both of them used grade 2 spirit weapons that could amplify their strength by 78% on top of their origin energy. It was close to the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. On top of that, both of them had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Once they unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. When the three of them were added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 550 ancient horned dragons. If that's the case, the blue-clad young man who wanted to seize the opportunity to take away the 7th-level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment might be from Izumo sect, North Nether sect, or Anika sect as well. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side and being ignored by the two Izumo sect's disciples and the North Nether sect's disciple, could not help but recall the blue-clad young man whom he had killed with a single slash of his sword. The blue-clad young man was also a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Moreover, he did not come in through entrance number 2 with him. Clang! 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 At this moment, the sound of metal clashing resonated in his ears. Gusts of violent wind blew in his face, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. He saw that the North Nether sect's disciple was facing the two Izumo sect's disciples. His expression did not change at all. With his pair of iron fists, he easily blocked their attacks. Of course, the North Nether sect's disciple did not fight the two Izumo sect's disciples empty-handed. He used the grade 2 spirit weapon glove that he wore on his hand and easily blocked the opponent's spirit saber and spirit sword. Faced with the scene before him, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. It was as though he was not surprised at all. Whoosh! Above the North Nether sect's disciple, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes increased again until it reached more than 830. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward the two Izumo sect's disciples in a menacing manner. Second-level void transformation martial artist who has comprehended the second-level void transformation concept. I wonder if this North Nether sect's disciple is the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Chapter 954. The North Nether sect's disciple did not use his full strength in the beginning. He only fought with the two Izumo sect's disciples with his strength that was on par with theirs. When the two Izumo sect's disciples saw this, they increased the speed of their attacks. Just as the two of them were getting closer to the North Nether sect's disciple, the North Nether sect's disciple who had successfully lured his enemies in had a chilling expression on his face. In an instant, his entire strength exploded. The strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons gushed out from his iron fist, setting off a series of wind whistling sound and air exploding sound. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he smashed one of the Izumo sect's disciples. The punch was like a landslide. It was earth-shattering. Boom! A loud sound resonated in the air. The North Nether sect's disciple smashed the spirit saber in the Izumo sect's disciple's hand away with just one punch. The iron fist that was flying across the sky seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer as it continued to smash down on the Izumo sex disciple's head. Bang! A loud explosion resonated in the air. The Izumo sex disciple's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere as the headless body fell to the ground. Why, you actually concealed your strength? The other Izumo sex disciple, who used a sword, the one who had been speaking in an unfriendly tone, turned horrified when he saw his junior brother's head exploding from just one punch from the North Nether sex disciple. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled. What a joke! Even with his full strength, he only had the strength of more than 550 ancient horned dragons. His opponent, on the other hand, had the strength of 830 ancient horned dragons. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. However, the only thing on his mind right now was to flee. It did not cross his mind that with his strength, he would not be able to escape from this North Nether sex disciple. The Izumo sex disciple had just fled for more than 10 meters when the North Nether sex disciple caught up with him. Shocked, his head exploded with just one punch and he followed in the footsteps of his junior brother. In just a blink of an eye, the North Nether sex disciple had already killed 2 Izumo sex disciples. His expression did not change at all. After taking the 2 spatial rings, his gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. Boy! You're very smart. The North Nether sex disciple with a cold expression looked at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly, "It's a good thing you didn't run. Otherwise, you'll die before them. But now, you should be on your way to accompany them." As he spoke, the North Nether sex disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a chilling killing intent in his eyes. His killing intent soared to the heavens. "If I give you this profundity fragment, will you kill me as well?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and an imperceptible gleam flashed in them as he asked with interest. "Of course." The North Nether sex disciple said matter-of-factly, "If you survive and spread the news that I've obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. Wouldn't I become everyone's target? Only dead people don't talk nonsense." The moment his words left his mouth, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the North Nether sex disciple's head began to fluctuate. The 830 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons became even more corporeal. They were ready to charge out at any time. "Thank you for reminding me." Duan Lingtian's squinted eyes suddenly opened. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as his gaze fell upon the North Nether sex disciple. "What do you mean?" The North Nether sex disciple could not help but ask in a deep voice when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. "Only dead people don't talk nonsense." Duan Lingtian repeated the North Nether sex disciple's words. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, his body moved and shot out rapidly. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he swept toward the North Nether sex disciple in a menacing manner. A khaki energy vibrated on Duan Lingtian's body. Accompanied by streaks of purple lightning and a vast green wind, it spread all the way to the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand. A sword whistle resonated in the air. An incomparably sharp aura appeared on the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword as if it could tear everything apart. Duan Lingtian unleashed his full strength the moment he made his move. He did not hold back at all. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian charged out, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand trembled. The heaven and earth energy above his head began to stir and gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes rushed out and pounced toward the North Nether sex disciple with bared fangs and brandished claws. The North Nether sex disciple only saw a flash in front of his eyes before the purple figure was already not far away from him. The 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky caused an inexplicable shock to rise from the bottom of his heart. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The North Nether sex disciple was shocked. It had never crossed his mind that this purple-clad young man who looked like he was only 25 years old would actually possess such a powerful strength. It was obvious that the two Izumo sect's disciples had never seen the purple-clad young man before this. Moreover, the Izumo sect's disciple had said that they came in together with the Anika sect's disciple. If the purple-clad young man was an Anika sect's disciple, they would definitely recognize him even if they did not know him. Therefore, the purple-clad young man was neither Izumo sect's disciple nor Anika sect's disciple. Since he was a North Nether sect's disciple, he was almost certain that the purple-clad young man in front of him was not from the North Nether sect as well. Based on his words earlier, he revealed that he's also from the Northern Desert. The strongest forces in the Northern Desert are the three second-rate forces. There are North Nether sect, Izumo sect, and Anika sect. At this moment, the North Nether sect's disciple's mind began to spin. Don't tell me he's from a third-rate force. Such a thought suddenly appeared in the North Nether sect's disciple's mind. For a moment, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Since when was there such a powerful young powerhouse in a third-rate force? Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling reverberated in the air, causing the North Nether sect's disciple to regain his senses. He hurriedly threw out a punch to meet the swift sword ray that appeared briefly. Interesting. Seeing how the North Nether sect's disciple actually dared to dodge the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, a hint of coldness crept up the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The sword that was originally going to dodge the opponent's fist suddenly trembled. Whoosh! The sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword skyrocketed as it met the iron fist of the North Nether sect's disciple and directly pierced through it. The sword ray swept out in a destructive manner and mercilessly poured into the North Nether sect's disciple's fist. Ha! When the North Nether sect's disciple saw this, he suddenly shouted out loud. The energy in his fist skyrocketed as the strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons surged out. He gave it his all and did not hold back at all. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword ray collided with the energy in the North Nether sect's disciple's fist. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. At this moment, a vast airwave swept out like a ripple from the center of the collision between the two of them. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions continued to reverberate in the air. At the same time, it set off gusts of raging wind that blew in all directions, causing the entire cave to be filled with dust. Pa! 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 A series of crisp sounds reverberated in the air. A series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground beneath the North Nether sect's disciples' feet. The cracks continued to spread out like a gigantic spider web. On the other hand, not a single crack appeared beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. From this, one could see that the current collision did not cause any pressure to Duan Lingtian at all. Boom! In the next moment, the energy in Duan Lingtian's sword ray was completely released. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons completely crushed the North Nether sect's disciples' strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The energy in his fist was completely dispersed. That was not all. Spurt! The quasi-royal grade spiritual sword was sent out from Duan Lingtian's hand. It pierced through the grade 2 spirit weapon glove on the North Nether sect's disciple's fist and entered his arm. With a sudden shake, his entire arm was crushed into pieces. Humph! A muffled groan that was mixed with a hint of pain came out from the North Nether sect's disciple's mouth. In the next moment, his entire body was sent flying backward and fell hard on the ground. He was in a sorry state. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood there with his sword in his hand. He looked at the North Nether sect's disciple coldly like an undefeatable god of war. You've got some backbone. A hint of astonishment flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. His sword earlier went through the North Nether sect's disciple's fist and entered his entire arm. It had completely crushed and crippled his arm. The pain he experienced was far from being comparable to having his arm chopped off. However, this North Nether sect's disciple only let out a muffled groan from the beginning until the end. After he was sent flying, he even managed to catch his breath in a short period of time. It was truly frightening. In the next moment, the North Nether sect's disciple's actions shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his eyes could not help but shrink. Wang! The North Nether sect's disciple raised his left hand and turned it into a blade. Origin energy bloomed and transformed into a ray of white saber light. He decisively chopped off the broken arm that could no longer be restored to its original state. Humph! The North Nether sect's disciple let out another muffled groan as he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he consumed a healing pill. His extremely pale face finally regained some color. He can even be so ruthless to himself. This person is really terrifying. Upon seeing this, the cold gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes became even more intense. The killing intent in his heart rose and was difficult to suppress. If he could be so ruthless to himself, it was needless to say that he would be even more ruthless to others. Although Duan Lingtian still admired this North Nether sect's disciple from the bottom of his heart. However, his heart did not soften at all. Just like what the other party had said, only a dead person would not speak carelessly. What exactly is the sword in your hand? Even if it's a grade 1 spirit sword, it's impossible for it to destroy my gloves. The North Nether sect's disciple took a deep breath and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with dread. You have a good eye. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, how can a mere grade 1 spirit sword be compared to the sword in my hand? Let alone your grade 2 spirit weapon, even if it's a grade 1 spirit weapon, I can still destroy it as long as I want to. A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon had broken through the shackles of an ordinary spirit weapon. Other than having a twofold increase in strength, it also possessed an indestructible and powerful characteristic. Chapter 955. Many of the materials used to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon were difficult to refine even with the weapon fire of a grade 1 weapon craftsman. Due to this reason, the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon possessed the ability to destroy ordinary spirit weapons, including grade 1 spirit weapons. Even a grade 1 spirit weapon could be destroyed. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the North Nether sect's disciple could not help but narrow his eyes. Shock was written all over his face as he asked in a deep voice, who exactly are you? I'm just a nobody. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, he slowly raised the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He was ready to kill the North Nether sect's disciple at any time. I'm a North Nether sect's disciple. If you dare to kill me, the North Nether sect will never let you go. The North Nether sect's disciple threatened in a deep voice. Faced with the faintly discernible killing intent in the eyes of the purple-clad young man in front of him, he did not run away. This was because he knew he could not escape. His opponent's strength was far more powerful than his. There's no third living person here. Do you think anyone will know that I'm the one who killed you if you die here? Upon hearing the North Nether sect's disciple's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. He then looked at him as though he was looking at an idiot. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian directly killed him with his sword before he could even react. After killing the North Nether sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian took his spatial ring and the earth concept fragments from the hundreds of puppets. After putting the hundreds of earth concept fragments into Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared into the huge cavern that was as spacious as a training field. For a time, the only things left in the huge cave were some stones piled up everywhere, as well as 3 ghastly corpses. 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. Not bad. Duan Lingtian weighed the profundity fragment that was sparkling with khaki energy in his hand as he flew forward. He muttered to himself, together with the third-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, third-level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, and third-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity Fragment. I have all the profundity fragments that I can use. The most important thing now is to find a profundity fragment that I have no use for and hand it over to the sect. Duan Lingtian put away the profundity fragment in his hand that was glowing with an earthy yellow energy. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he searched around. Along the way, he also met some young experts from other forces. In addition to the young disciples from other forces who had entered through entrance number 2 with him, he also encountered many unfamiliar faces. These people should be the disciples from the second-rate forces who had entered through entrance number 1. Along the way, Duan Lingtian witnessed many battles. They were either fighting for Grade 2 spirit weapons, Grade 1 spirit weapons, or concept fragments that were above the 7th level. The battles were fierce, and there were young experts who died from time to time. However, Duan Lingtian did not interfere. Whether it was a Grade 2 spirit weapon or a Grade 1 spirit weapon, he was not interested in them at all. As for concept fragments, the only thing he lacked was a 9th-level Earth concept fragment. However, he did not encounter it along the way, and he was not interested in the rest. When he was passing by a spacious cave, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly came to a halt. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of a saber chiming entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he looked over and saw a muscular young man swinging the spirit saber in his hand and killing another young man easily. After the muscular young man succeeded with his saber, he looked at the 2 young men who were standing nearby with a grave expression on their faces and said disdainfully, "Now, are the 2 of you still coveting the 9th-level Earth concept fragment in my hand?" When the 2 young men heard this, they looked at each other. For a moment, they did not dare to attack the muscular young man anymore. 9th-level Earth concept fragment. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was still wondering when he would come across a 9th-level Earth concept fragment. He did not expect to encounter one in just a blink of an eye. For a moment, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and probed the muscular young man's cultivation base. Third-level Void Transformation. After probing the man's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. The North Nether sect's disciple from before had a cultivation base at the 2nd-level Void Transformation, and it had already shocked him. Now, he had encountered an even stronger existence, a young powerhouse at the 3rd-level Void Transformation stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to study the muscular young man seriously. The muscular young man was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although he looked careless, his big eyes were gleaming with wisdom. It was apparent that he was not as simple as he seemed. 3rd-level Void Transformation. His strength is equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when he fully explodes his strength. The spirit saber in his hand is a Grade 2 spirit saber. Although its amplification strength is not as good as the spirit weapon that I personally refined, it's not weak either. It can amplify strength by at least 78%. After Duan Lingtian probed the man's cultivation base, he began to ponder in his heart. A 78% amplification on the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons is equivalent to the strength of 310 ancient horned dragons. In other words, he can unleash the strength of over 710 ancient horned dragons without using his concept. As long as he has comprehended the Void Transformation concept above the 2nd level. I'm no match for him in terms of strength. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, he gasped. When he exerted his full strength and relied on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, the strength he could exert was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If his opponent had comprehended the second-level void transformation concept, he would be able to exert the strength of 1010 ancient horned dragons when he exerted his full strength. If that was the case, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of him and could fight him. However, if his opponent had comprehended the third-level void transformation concept or an even higher-level void transformation concept, Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for him. After all, his opponent was a third-level void transformation martial artist. It was not impossible. However, Duan Lingtian was a little reluctant to give up the 9th-level Earth concept fragment just like that. If you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands, I'll be happy to exchange the 9th-level Earth concept fragment that I just obtained with you. If you don't, scram. At this moment, the sturdy young man's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears again, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten up immediately. 9th-level Saber concept fragment. He happened to have one in his hands. It was the one he won from the sect leader of Sun Moon's sect before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two young men standing at the side were originally anxious. However, when they heard the sturdy young man's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. They did not dare to stay any longer and left in a flash, disappearing into the cavern in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and the sturdy young man were left in the entire cavern. What? You want to snatch the 9th-level Earth concept fragment from me too? After noticing Duan Lingtian's presence, the sturdy young man raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Sometimes, a wrong decision can cost you your life." When Duan Lingtian heard the sturdy young man's words, he could not help but laugh secretly. This person did not seem like a ruthless person. He had the attitude of, "I won't attack unless I'm attacked first." At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. You said earlier. I can use the 9th-level Saber concept fragment to exchange for the 9th-level Earth concept fragment in your hands? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. The sturdy young man nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, his eyes lit up immediately. Brother. Since you said so, could it be that you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands? When the sturdy young man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with burning desire. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a fragment appeared in his hand. It was the 9th-level Saber concept fragment that he had won from the sect leader of Sun Moon sect not long ago. 9th-level Saber concept fragment. When the sturdy young man saw the fragment that Duan Lingtian took out, an excited smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he took out a deep yellow fragment. It was the 9th-level Earth concept fragment. Little brother, let's exchange. As though he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words, the sturdy young man raised his hand and threw the 9th-level Earth concept fragment in his hand to Lingtian. It was as though he was not worried that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words after taking his concept fragment. Duan Lingtian did not expect the sturdy young man to be so straightforward. He could not help but have a good impression of him. When he took the 9th-level Earth concept fragment, he threw the Saber concept fragment in his hand to the other party as well. The sturdy young man reached out his hand to catch it and put it away in his spatial ring as though he had just obtained a treasure. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. My name is Peng Bao, and I'm a disciple of Anika sect. May I know how I should address you, brother? Anika sect was one of the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. Duan Lingtian, who had a good impression of Peng Bao, replied with a smile, Duan Lingtian, a disciple of 5 Elements sect. Five Elements sect. When Peng Bao heard this, his eyes gleamed as he asked in surprise, is it the 5 Elements sect in the southern of the northern desert? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. I've heard about your 5 Elements sect from my master before. It said that there was once a talented martial artist in your 5-element sect who had the potential to become a martial monarch. Unfortunately, he was injured more than 20 years ago, and he could not recover from the setback since then. Peng Bao said. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Naturally, he could guess that the person Peng Bao was talking about was Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak in the 5-element sect. However, it did not cross his mind that Qi Yu was so famous that even the people from the second-rate forces in the northern desert knew about him. That's the peak master of our 5-element sect's Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian smiled. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.